I plan on live streaming all day, every day. Grandpa sees the blinking. About 7 months ago, as I was researching how the market makers provide liquidity in the stock market, I discovered what I call the blinking. At first, I had no idea what I was seeing, so I turned to the Lord and asked Him to show me clearly and understand what I was seeing, and He did. It says in God's holy word that if you ask, you will receive, and I did. It also says, you have not because you ask not. I have diligently tracked and documented where the market makers have been buying and selling Tesla stock as much as $70 in either direction from the actual price point. I can see the blinking in any stock, and I want to share what I am seeing in regard to Tesla with you. About 97% of the blinking fills within 2 or 3 days, about 99% in a week. But I have seen blinking that took 6 weeks to fill or go to the price point. I will tell you what I see and where the market is really going, short-term and long-term. I will explain to you how the exchanges actually work, how they make the bull or bear flags that have faked us all out, how they make the very indicators, candles, trend lines, all designed to take our money, how they make you think you need a stop loss just so they can wipe you out and then turn the real direction. I will share with you all day exactly what they are doing. Be patient. Don't panic. Trust the Lord. He loves us. I don't know why, but He does. Praise the Lord and amen. Good morning. Welcome to Grandpa Sees the Blinking. It's a beautiful day in our neighborhood. So here we go. We'll start here with a prayer today and ask for the Lord's guidance. Heavenly Father, we ask that You can help keep Grandpa focused today and help me to be a help to people. You know everything about us, Lord, and I don't understand why we're doing what we're doing, but we're doing it. So be with us today and help Grandpa to stay calm. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay, so yesterday we got to hear about the first day of the creation and what the Lord did for us, and it was good. It was exciting. So I get my Bible here. Grandpa's Bible's got big writing, really big writing. My youngest son got me this Bible and I cherish it. I rarely read it because I can't see. I like to listen to them read it to me, but if I can read it, so it's not too bad. So Grandpa's Bible's got really big writing. And I wish I could see, but it's dark. I forgot to turn the light on. It's kind of hard for Grandpa to read in the dark. Where was I? I'll tell you, I'm getting to admire these Bible reader guys because they know what they're doing. So we'll do a recap here. I'm going to start right back on the first day for those that weren't here yesterday. So, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided. Hang on a second. And God one moment, please, while Grandpa gets ready. Sorry about that. It's not like Grandpa knows what he's doing. I'll get this thing more fine-tuned as time goes along, but for right now, Grandpa's just happy to be here. Okay. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. So this is what God, the Lord, did for us on the very first day. Then, and God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And now tomorrow, Lord willing, I'm going to read what God did on the third day. And it's a very exciting to know what the Lord did on the third day. Okay, let's see here. We're going to talk about Tesla now and the markets. We could do a recap here. Every once in a while, I should do a recap more often. So if we see something happen, then we know about it. I gotta get a different mic, of course. I listened to some of my stuff last night that I did yesterday, and I got pretty blurry for a while. So, excuse me. Yeah, I need my hands to do stuff, and I'm got this goofy mic I gotta hold, and so I'm moving it around, and just try to bear with me till I get it more automated. I might not be able to run with a 50-cent mic. Tesla's down quite a bit here. Currently trading at 252.60 area, and she's doing a little bounce down. Now this might be a buying opportunity coming up here shortly. I would think we'll get a bounce. This is a normal retracement. The Lord's got this. He knows what's going on. Okay, so yesterday there was just nothing for buying all day. But they're buying today, I'll guarantee it. And Grandpa will tell you all about that. So yesterday they drove her up, and they were shorting at 265 at the end of the day even. So currently, just a little over a week ago, we had buying at a little bit at 205, and then 209.80, 224 to 225 areas very hot. We will see that in our near future. 230, 229, 230 area, we're gonna probably pause there for a while because they did their buying there also. And today we'll see what signals they give us, and that's just what it will be. And I have to work on getting my screens adjusted here as quickly as Grandpa can get screens adjusted. And I'm going to try to be more serious today. There's people counting on this, and you know, I've been thinking a little bit overnight why the Lord want me to share what I'm seeing, you know, and I don't know who, you know. Everybody can listen to the same blinking, and they all draw a different conclusion. And I was just thinking, even though we hear the same thing, if we're listening, some will be very successful and some may not. Okay, well, I'm gonna just try to get my focus here. I'll tell you where the blinking is. It's still early. This first 10-15 minutes is just wild anyway. We're down at 251.17 and dropping like a rock. Don't panic. Be patient. This thing can move a lot, and it does. Right now, they're scaring anybody that's long as best they can. They want you to be afraid. Because they want to sift you like wheat, if possible. So let's see. On the Grandpa's looking, don't worry. Okay. Oh, boy. I'm trying to find a signal that's prevalent for us. And I will. 264.29. 264.29 is blinking short. Just prior to the open, 268 was blinking short for a little bit. And so if you're long, that's a good sign for you. But we already know it's going down right now. And okay, we've got some buying at 239.70, and that's good. It's good that they do some buying. They didn't buy nothing yesterday, that's for sure. Okay, am I still streaming? I don't know. I wish I could see. Somehow I turned on the fireplace. We got one of them electronic fireplaces, and I never left my chair, but it turned on. Oh, so they're shorting at 264.29 slowly so far. Nothing down below far at this point, or above far, either way. Let's see, what time is it? My clock is Grandma, can you turn the light on for me? And then what else? There was oh yeah, my clock. I just lost without my clock. Is that on the right time? Slow? 1 minute slow. Why would Grandma do that to me? Let's see. Grandma's helping Grandpa. Okay, so it's really 9:50. I mean, we have, Grandma collects clocks, so we have like, at least 40 or 50 clocks all over the place. And Grandma's got them set on, all on a different time. So, let's see. They are just pretty calm. Pretty calm. We might be gonna turn back to the upside here shortly. Actually, truthfully, the blinking is just slow, and that's okay. I mean, it's blinking, but I'm talking about the far out blinking that we care about. You know, some days it can really be slow blinking, but when the blinking comes to you, Then it comes to 238.46 times 1. That's, excuse me, 100 shares. It's blinking on the buy side. It's not blinking wild. There's nothing blinking wild at all. So Grandpa's gonna drink a little of his coffee here. Okay. I got that fireplace running in the background. Yeah, it looks to me like we're gonna turn upwards. One more candle. It's made engulfing candle. I like to look at candles too. But for right now, I'm going to put my focus on getting my screens adjusted again. They love to take Grandpa off his screens. Why, I don't know. Yeah, she's going to head back up. I'm not in right now, and I'm just relaxing. I sold my shares yesterday, and I gotta get this thing adjusted. Just bear with me. Grandpa's gotta focus. I gotta focus what I'm doing. So what does Grandpa do? I don't know. How did I get that computer so messed up? Oh yeah, she's heading up. If you're long, you're happy. Oh, let's see. Oh, what did it dip down to here on the open? Dipped down to approximately 250.62 area. So that was the first buying opportunity for the day, and this thing might run a little bit yet here. We'll know shortly. We just gonna be patient here. Grandpa will tell you the blinking. Well, I'll tell you the blinking if I get my stuff set up here again properly. And I will. I will get it set up. Okay. I'm gonna really, really be happy when I can have my sound in the computer, because it's hard for Grandpa to think about that stuff while I'm thinking about the blinking. Hmm. Okay, I got uh, Grandpa's looking at 10 screens at a time, and they're all blinking. Oh, I know something I'll tell you about. It's 55 degrees and sunny. 55, it's getting to be a heat wave around here. So I'm got a story later on I'm going to tell you about something, when once I get everything going here good and organized so I'm confident what I'm seeing, I will tell you. Yeah, she's heading back up. Oh boy. Um, I wonder if I'm still streaming. I think so. Uh, Maybe somebody will text me and let me know if I'm live or talking to just Grandpa. Okay, that's good. Grandma's helping me. I'll tell you. I like it when Grandma helps Grandpa. Okay, so now, okay, Grandma confirmed that Grandpa is doing something, which is about time Grandpa did something. Uh, okay, I'm getting it adjusted here. Don't even worry. Somebody's texting Grandpa. Um, I'm I'm looking at blinking. Is what I'm doing. In case anybody wants to know what Grandpa's doing, I'm looking at blinking. A lot of blinking. Hmm. 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 I gotta do something about my bad eyesight. Okay, now I got that side pretty good. Now I'm gonna work on this side pretty good. I gotta, my blinking is a mess. Okay, where are we? I'm gonna check them out and make sure they're not doing anything. This thing is going up, 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 and away. Tesla is on its way. How high will it go? Grandpa don't know yet. Well, 265 is where we were ending at yesterday, so we're eventually going to get to 265. Are we going to go to 265 today? I'm not sure. Okay, we're blinking times 3 at 260 currently. So, does Grandpa think we're going to see 260 today? Yes, I do. Very, very, very not too far away probably because 3 is 300 shares per blink. It's blinking about, approximately 20 to 30 blinks per minute, and it will pull it up there. But keep in mind at 260 they're shorting. Oh, boy, they are having fun. Oh, we got some, well, it might have been a flash in the pan. We're still blinking times 3 at 260 short. I seen, well, I know he's talking about it, but I can't see him do it consistently. And on the buy side, right now, boy, it's just quiet. I think this thing's gonna go up. Well, when they start buying, it will go down. It's just the way they do this stuff. I'm gonna get my stuff here. I gotta write down what I'm doing. Grandpa takes notes. I think everybody should take notes. Times 3, 263 times 3. Yeah, I think it's going to blow through that. I think she'll just go right through 263. What's the current price? 256. That's $7 away. That ain't nothing wrong with that trade. Grandpa would do it, but a person can only do so many things at one time. Someday I'll get my shares again. I'm not doing my trading deal yet, but that's okay. But if I had a free hand, I might have grabbed some here this morning, but we'll have opportunities. There's always opportunities. Just be patient. You can expect the unexpected with this thing. You always get your opportunity. Will come. Be patient. Patience in this game is huge. All right, 260 times 3 short. They've been real consistently 20 to 30 blinks per minute. 300 per blink short, and close up they're blinking like 700 at a time right at 257. They'll blow through that first on the way up. Okay, we got a little bit of action on the downside. Little bit of blinking in the 243 area. Actually 244. 244. One at a time. That's 100 shares. They're buying at 244, but it's real slow. Maybe 5 to 10 per minute. I don't put a whole lot of stock in that, but it might be where they're going to go to later, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Grandpa don't know. They'll show their hand. They always show their hand because they have to sell, and or short is what they like to do. Short, and they have to buy, and the game plan that Grandpa goes with is where the market makers are selling. We want to sell there when we get the opportunity, because if they sold there, then we want to sell there. But we might have to wait for 2-3 days to get to sell where they're selling, And then we want to buy our shares where they've previously bought shares. And right now, those areas are, and I'll read them off. Well, I can't read, that. I shouldn't say that. 205, just a little over a week ago, they bought some shares down there, and They ain't gone there yet, but they will. And then you got 209.80. They bought a fair amount of shares in that area. So Grandpa thinks that we're going to see 209.80. When? I don't know. It could be a month and a half from now. It could be 2 weeks, the way this thing moves. And then you got 224 and 225 area. No, they were there 3.5 days. They bought shares there. And they'll probably buy more there today. You just don't know. But when they do, I'm going to get excited because they're gonna do their thing eventually. And then the 230 area, these are areas where when we can get to them, they bought there. So we want to do what they did. It's as simple as that. We want to sell where they're selling. They sold there. It's good enough for them. It's good enough for me, and it works for Grandpa. Just relaxing and waiting. The 265 area where they're shorting, that's a good place to get out of Dodge, or even a little bit before that, get out. Okay, I had a number written down, 263. Oh man, they moved Grandpa's screens. I don't like that. But anyway, yeah, 260. I'm sorry, 260 times 3. But not only that, now they're doing 260 times 6. That they're going there for sure. You will see 260 here. They're gonna pull it right. This is just Grandpa's opinion, not financial advice, of course. But now they're doing it times 4. They're doing 400 shares of Blink, but it's only about 15 times a minute. Right in that area. Up above that, let me see. Okay, give Grandpa a moment to get his thoughts together. And I'm looking at blinking here. I'm looking for blinking. I'm gonna use Grandpa's secret weapon and working on it right now. And when I get it figured out, I'll let you know. I want to make sure they're not doing something nefarious that Grandpa's missing. 240, 239.70 times 1 on the buy side. 239.70 times 1, so just 100 shares. So they are buying down there. I gotta put that in my notes before I forget. Grandpa forgets stuff pretty easily. Then you guys gotta listen to Grandpa forget stuff. It's not easy on you. Oh, we might have some potential action coming up at the 275 area. It's not doing it yet. Don't run with this yet. But they are getting their bus ready. They're getting it ready, and Grandpa's seen it. Okay, 260 times 4, slow. They do their thing and they pause, and if they pause the blinking somewhere, 263.70 is blinking very slowly times 1 now. They are pushing. How high will it go? I do not know. quiet on the bottom side. I don't like the way I have my screens here. I like them on even numbers because other numbers hurts Grandpa's eyes. Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you. I got Grandpa, Grandma, we got grandkids coming on Thursday, 9 of them, and they're gonna get to stay with Grandpa and Grandma for about a week. And are we gonna have fun? Oh, Grandpa's gonna have a lot of fun. I'll have to be telling a lot of stories in the next week here. I'll be telling them a lot of stories, Grandpa stories. Grandpa only tells true stories. Grandpa doesn't tell stories that aren't true. Some people tell stories that aren't true, and I only tell the true stories, about fee, fi, fo, fum, and important stuff. Okay, so blinking. Pertinent blinking. Well, close in 259 times 2, shorting. But, yep, the 260 times 4 is doing its thing. It's blinking. I just love this. I gotta relax. I slept pretty good last night. Oh, I gotta get that screen going. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's do a little bit of a recap. At the end of the day yesterday, 265 was blinking pretty good. Is it going to go to 265? Absolutely. It will get there. Is it going to get there today? I haven't got an idea. I think it's probably going to get there in the next few days for sure, but not for sure because they can decide they're going to do it a month from now. But on the other hand, from what I'm seeing, I think it's going to be sooner than later. Sooner than later. And they've got my screen set up now where I'm seeing signs of, they put their numbers in first, and sometimes before they start blinking them, they get it set up for the next game that they're going to play. They like to do it that way. I gotta be serious about this blinking stuff because it's important. It's I watch so much blinking that and then I got to remember to tell you when I see it's blinking. It doesn't do you any good if Grandpa sees blinking and you don't even know it's blinking because he forgot to tell you. You guys should probably be praying that Grandpa can remember if it's blinking or not when he sees it. God answers prayer. All good things are from the Lord. That's a fact. 239.70 on the buy side is blinking times 1 very slowly. So 239.70. Oh, I already got that written down. That's why Grandpa has to have notes. But it's blinking so slow, I forget it was blinking before. It's not blinking much, and I don't think we're going to see that number today. I don't think we're going to see 240 today. What did we do for a low so far? Anybody know? I know. I'll tell you approximate. I already told you once. 260, or no, what number is that? I can't see. I wish Grandpa could see. 250, 52. And we'll probably blow through that yet later on here. I think we're gonna take a dive. I'm seeing even on my candle chart, we're gonna go down here shortly. Oh, I gotta get adjusted. What are we trading at? 255 something? 254.80. 254.80. We might be just getting a bear flag here. It ain't done it yet. Or she might move sideways. I'll tell you, these guys will bore you to death. If you think Grandpa's boring, these market maker guys, they got their game plan. And if they'll scare you to death. They'll bore you to death. They use all their secret weapons. Do they got secret weapons? You absolutely better know it. And everything they do is designed to take Grandpa's money. We don't want that to happen. We want to be successful. So what we want to do is we want to buy where the market makers have previously bought in a good area. And then we want to sell where the market makers have sold in a good area. Boy, this, they're doing the 260 times 4. It's pausing a little bit. She paused. She quit trading at 260 times 4, and we're getting a red candle. She's coming straight down. And that's just the way they do it. Now, what about the buy side? Let's talk about the buy side. I don't like the way I got my downside here set up. I don't think let me check I'm gonna check something here. I gotta make sure I got the corners covered on these guys, because they're so they're having fun. That's what they're doing. Grandpa likes to have fun also. 264.29 times 1. 264.29 times 1 is shorting. It's 100 shares per blink. It's probably doing it 10, 15 times a minute. And on the buy side, I ain't seeing nothing. That 239.70 is just, it's gonna blink again, but it's not. If it's blinking once a minute, that's it. It's just quiet. 260 is times 4 blinked one time again, but it's paused. We're going straight down. When they stop shorting at 260, this thing just dropped like a rock. I should be quicker at telling people stuff so they can make decisions. But don't worry. Be patient. We're gonna. The thing about this is, if you remain calm, you're gonna see all the numbers anyway. Uh, are we going to see 265 and more? Absolutely. And we're going to see 230, 224 to 225. We're going to see 209.80. That I will tell you. When? I'm not quite sure. But we're going to see it. You will get to buy shares there. You're going to get to buy shares at 205. If you want to know what I really think, this is just speculation. Grandpa likes to speculate sometimes, but not that it means anything. But speculating, we will see below 200 again, maybe in the 150s at some point. I'll tell you what, I would just love it if it crashed all the way to 102 again. But don't you worry about nothing. 260 times 4 is blinking again. So that'll slow down the fall, and she'll pull her back up. Yipper, 260 times 4 is blinking. That is our number of the day so far. Until they make 265 blink again, then it will go there. So anyway, currently we're I'm trying to figure out why. I know why it went down, because they paused the 260. They paused it again. They blinked her enough just to slow down the fall. When she gets falling, they have to pull back on the reins, or we'd be at 100 by the end of the day if they didn't do their thing. The market makers provide the liquidity for the market so that they can function properly. Otherwise, it'd be dysfunctional. It's a good thing Grandpa's functional. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't like the blinking. The thing about the blinking is, if you have a little bit of patience, you're going to make money. Don't. If you buy a share and you're a little bit out of position, don't panic. Just relax. It will go to our numbers. That's just the way it is. When they went there, they sold shares at that price, and you're going to get to sell shares at that same price if you just have some patience. So relax. There's no reason to. Don't ever give your shares away. You should always make money when you sell your shares. Sell in the green only. Grandpa doesn't want to sell anything that's not in the green. 260 is blinking, but it's only blinking times 1 now, but it is blinking. They're blinking 260 instead of times 4. They're blinking it times 1. And you know what Grandpa does when he sees that? He puts it in his notes. And 239.70 is absolutely stopped blinking a little bit ago. Probably 5-10 minutes ago it stopped. And I am not seeing any prevalent buying, period. No prevalent buying that we care about. Will they do it? Oh, we got a little prevalent buying, 239.70. My number again. No more than do I put down that it stopped and then it blinked once. It's slow. It's slow. So 239.70 blinks once in a while. And when it blinks, it pulls it right towards it. But I ain't just seeing nothing in between that's of importance to us. We only like to look at the important blinking. 259 times 1 is blinking pretty steady rate. 259 times 1. I used to have glasses. And we're down to 252 something or other on the price. 252, about dead even on the price right now. She's going down to give us a buying opportunity. It's always an opportunity. So we're going to see 265 in time here on the high side. I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. All I know is it's going to go there eventually. And we're going to see 230. Which one's going to come first? Right now, they're trying to slow this bus down. I'll tell you, I might be seeing some good signs. Maybe I ain't gonna say no. 260 is sporadic at the least. With the blinking, just not a whole lot to tell you about that. So you know what I think Grandpa should do? We'll do a little. I'm gonna go get coffee. It's what Grandpa. Oh, wait a second here. We're blinking at 260 times 3 again. They're gonna pull this thing back up. We're, I don't know too much, but I really believe, based on what I'm seeing, that we're going to, and what I've seen in the past, that we're going to see 260. It's going to go at least through 260 today, and probably who knows where. You just don't know. We got to wait till they blink it. Yesterday we got 265 at the close. Will they go there? Absolutely. When? I have no idea. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. I'm not even in right now. I'm just waiting. I haven't. 258 times 4 short. That's 400 shares of blink. That's. She's got to pull her back up there. How far away is that? Where are we? I got too many computers, too many mouses. I don't even know where I'm at. That's the truth. 253, 258, it's $5. She's, but we already know it's going to go through 260 according to Grandpa's blinking. So, but it's kind of nice to have confirmation. We got 259 times 1 blinking currently. 258 times 5. They're pulling her up, and of course it started blinking. And what happened? We got a green candle here coming in. She's going up, up, up. Oh boy, this is so much fun. No, it's kind of hard to tell you something if they don't do it. I wish they'd make it more exciting for Grandpa, because otherwise Grandpa I'll probably fall asleep. And you don't want to have Grandpa sleeping. Oh, okay, 258 times 4 blinking. They were blinking at 5. Grandpa takes notes. 259 is blinking times 1. But they paused the 260 currently. That one isn't blinking. That's when they paused that 260 short. When that 260 shorted, she dropped. And what did it drop? It dropped about $4. They paused it and it dropped about $4. But now they're blinking again up there. Where they're selling up on the top side is that's where we want to sell our shares. Okay, if you have shares. So, but you can't sell shares if you don't have any shares. Grandpa doesn't have, well, I have shares, but I'm not, that's in different accounts. But what I'm saying is, if you don't have a share, you can't sell it. If you're not in the game, you're not playing. And I'm not saying you should be in the game either. I'm just go by the blinking. 259 times 4, she's going to blow through 259. It's going to go through 260, in Grandpa's opinion. Today, I think so. Positively, no. And I think we got a good chance for 265 today, too. It's possible. Or they could turn around and start buying on the bottom side and pull us into the basement. And that's what Grandpa's waiting for. I would really like to see what Grandpa would like to see. And for you guys that are along right now and got shares in there, you want to see this bus go up. And if it does, Grandpa's happy. I want you to do well. I honestly do. But what Grandpa wants to see, and Grandma, because she sold hers too, I want to get, in that 230 area, I'm going to start doing some buying 229. And I might buy at 240. Who knows? I got to wait and see what they're going to do to us. 259 times 1 is blinking. She's going to go, it's got to go to 259 before it gets to 260. I spent a lot of time in third grade, so I know my numbers. When it comes to numbers, as long as they're not bigger than 1 or 2, I got a handle on it. 258 times 5, blinked a couple times. Now it's theirs. So, boy, it's just quiet. Hey, I was thinking I should do something dramatic. Like, don't worry, Grandpa never does anything dramatic. You can ask Grandma. She'll tell you. I was going to tell you a story about something. If I could think about what it was, I'd tell you. I should have a wireless mic so I can walk around. I can only stay in this chair. It's like I'm in prison. For so long. So Grandpa is going to get some coffee, and I'll tell you the prevalent blinking someday. What did I do? I'll tell you what. So right now Tesla is 253.40 area, 254.20. They went up, they went down. Looking at my chart though, and Grandpa knows stuff about this stuff. Unless we're just gonna do a little bull flag here. We could be just doing a bull flag, but I don't know. 260 is blinking times 3 again. Sporadically, at best. Maybe 5 to 10 blinks a minute. But she's coming back. Now she's rocking and rolling. Now it's blinking more steady, but it's blinking times 3. We're gonna, if this thing keeps blinking, we're going to 260. But here's the thing, when they pause the blinking at 260, it drops like a rock. And that's what they do. That's how they move. That's how they're moving forming the candles up and down, and how they move it. Right now, they're moving this thing with 260, and they're moving it up. It's pulling it towards the shorting going on at 260. If I was going to go short, would I go short at 260? Probably, if I want to make $5 or something. But I'd probably wait for 265 because it's going to go there too. Grandpa needs coffee. You know what that means. You guys will be without Grandpa. There's nothing going on the buy side that I can see of any importance right now. Well, I'll tell you what. You want to see that Tesla's go down, down, down? When they start buying on the bottom side, you remember what Grandpa said. This thing will drop like a rock. And we're going to see 230. We're going to see 225. We're going to see 209.80 and 205. But the thing is, we got to have patience. We might not see those numbers, some of them, for a month or so. But we'll see them. They do their thing. Well, they're these guys move all my screens again. 260 times 4 is blinking. 3 is blinking. I'm sorry. This thing she's going up. She's going to blow through 260. What price is it? 254.5. She's going to blow through 260. If you want to make a little bit of change, I'm telling you straight out, she's going to go through 260 today. The way Grandpa, I know, not financial advice, of course, because I don't even know what I'm talking about. You already know that part. But, and I think we got just a little bit at 261.70. It's not real clear at the moment. But I think they might start blinking there next. That'll be a good sign then. Yeah, 260 times 3 is coming your way. Now, I don't know if they're going to get there for sure today, but they're going to go there. I'll tell you that. Now they paused a little bit. And now they're going again. Now they made up. I'll tell you what, when they pause at 260, she's sailing. She's sailing. Don't never fear. Grandpa's here. And but all that being said, it would really be nice if I could get some coffee. So I'm going to do that. And hopefully I'll remember to take my coffee cup with me. Yesterday when I went to get coffee, I forgot my coffee cup. But don't worry about nothing, because Grandpa can see blinking. And it's blinking at 260 right now, short. They are shorting times 300 shares per blink, and they're doing it about 20 times a minute currently, and it's pulling it up. It's pulling it up right towards the short. Okay? They did 265 yesterday. You know, if Grandpa had shares right now, and if I was going to bail out, I'd probably bail out around the current, from what I'm seeing right now, if I wanted to get out and readjust my where I'm at, I'd probably get out, 261, 260, 70, something like that, and then try to readjust a little bit if I was if I had a share. I could have a share. I don't have a share. I want a share. And I'm going to tell a story about if you had one share. Because some of you have heard a story already, but might be somebody new here today. One never knows when somebody might come to listen to the blinking. So, Grandpa, I like to tell stories, same story over and over. You know what? All this talking, and then I forgot what I was doing. I was going to go get coffee. Remember, Grandpa was going to go get coffee. It's 260. 260 is hot. She is going to 260. We start seeing 265, then don't bail on your long position. Then but we ain't seen it yet. Okay, we are not seeing it yet. But when it happens, Grandpa will see it. They're sneaky, and I know it. I catch them doing stuff all the time on the corners. Sometimes it might be 2 weeks or a month, but I catch them, and then I see what they're doing. And we got a little bit of buying at 239.85, just real slow buying down at 239.85, very slow. I won't even write it down because we already know it's going to go to 230. We already know it's going to go to 224, and we know it's going to go to 209.80. And why do I keep telling you that? Because it's going to happen. That's why. And I know it's going to happen because, why do I know? Because they bought a lot of shares there, and they got to go there eventually. No, they could take 2 months. These guys got rules, but their rules are different than our rules. And that's okay. They're without them, we don't have a market to trade. So 260 times 3 is still blinking sporadically now. It's paused. 260 times 3 is paused. I think we might take a dollar or two dip here before. As soon as they pause at 260, it just slows right up and heads down. That's how they're running the game today. Grandpa knows that. 260 is paused completely. We're gonna see some red candles. We're gonna see some red candles here pretty quick. Probably, but no. Maybe it's just a 30-second pause. Who knows? And they start blinking it again. Maybe I haven't seen any signals shorting above that at this point. And buying is slow. So while it's slow right now, you guys know what you're doing. Just be calm. Okay, we'll get our opportunity. They'll show their hand, and when they show their hand, crazy. Grandpa's not too crazy, just a little, but Grandpa that sees the blinking will share it with you, and then we'll be able to make our decisions. And until then, we have to have a little bit of patience. Just blinking. They're buying a little bit at 239.85. What price point are we at? Does anybody know? 254. And so that's $14 below. Uh, well, man, we might see that. Well, we could see it today, possible, but we could see that 239 number tomorrow, possible. Anything is possible. They haven't made their hand yet. We'll wait until they'll show us they'll show us where they're going to buy, and they're going to show us where they're selling. All we got to do is sit here and watch it, and when then we want to get and we will get the opportunity to sell where they sold, and we'll get the opportunity to buy where they buyed. That's all Grandpa does. You know, the Lord doesn't make stuff real complicated. If he did, Grandpa wouldn't be able to do it. He really, if you, when you read your Bible and stuff like that and see how the Lord operates, he says that my yoke is easy. You know, he makes it easy for us because he wants us to not have it too hard. Sometimes he might do something, but otherwise he makes it not complicated. Everybody wants to make everything so complicated, but in reality, it's not complicated. When I come back, I'm going to explain exactly why this blinking thing is so easy for us to do, so that if we understand it, we can do well. And then I'm going to tell the story about the one share that grew up to be a big share. Oh, I forgot to go get coffee. All right, now listen. I'll be back. I'm going to go get coffee. Okay? Okay. That's just the way it is. Coffee time is coming. Pretty soon I'm going to... Oh, soldiers are on. That thing. All right. Grandma put my clock up, but she put it on the wrong time. I'll tell you. All right, Grandma. Now I have to remember that it's on the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like Grandpa doesn't have enough to try to remember without having a clock that's on the wrong time. It's just, not that I'm complaining. It's just that, all right, we got anything happening? Oh, yeah, they paused 260 and she's heading down like a rock. How long will it go up? I don't. I'm waiting. I'm looking at a pattern here on my candles that even Grandpa looks at patterns, but I'm seeing some. Well, anyway, it's no use talking about it. We go by our blinking here. It doesn't matter. It's just fun for Grandpa to look at. Okay, let me see. I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, give me a couple minutes, okay? See you. I'm getting coffee. 260 is still paused. And we're going sideways, guys. Nothing to panic about. Be patient. Am I still live streaming? Oh yeah. I was going to tell you a story, but I can't remember what it was. If you remember what it was, let me know. I'll remember eventually. It's blinking at 239.85 times 1. 239.85 times 1. I gotta look and see if I don't even have that in my notes. Why, I don't know. I don't have it in my notes. So, 239.85. Now, previously they were blinking at 270. 239.70, so they raised it up. That's a good sign if you're long, because they're buying at a higher price point than they were previously. They don't want to buy any higher than they gotta. And they don't want to sell any lower than they want. Oh boy, we got 260 blinking again. This bus is flying. Grandpa's got to get on the ball. She's going back up and away. Be patient. They'll show us their hand. They'll show us where they're going. They'll tell us because they have to do it. They don't even have a choice. It's almost like, well, the Lord shows Grandpa so he can see the blinking, and then he can see what they're doing. And I wanted to see it clearly, and I do. 259 times 1 is blinking solidly again, 20 times a minute. 260 is sporadic at right now, but it is going in and out. Nothing else. They paused the 250, the buying at 239.85 is, it's going again. It's just slow. It's going again. 260's blinking times 4. This thing is going up and away. I told you earlier, you're going to see 260. Grandpa thinks we're going to blow through 260. Is it for sure? Nothing's for sure. All I know is it will go there eventually. I just think it's going to probably go there today the way this operates. But I see. So I could tell a story about the one share that turned into a big share. And it took it a while. You know, it takes time to grow. You just don't grow right away. When you're little, you gotta grow slower or something like that. I wonder, I got too many notebooks. That's a fact. So I'm looking right now where I got the story about the one share. I like that story. I wonder where I wrote it. Well, I know what I was going to talk about. Let me look at the blinking here and make sure I'm not missing anything. Then I'll talk about that. She's going straight up. What are we at? 254.40, something like that. 254 rising. She moved sideways for a while there, and that's fine. We don't care. We got 265 on the high end yesterday. 260 times 4 is blinking. They're shorting at 260. 400 shares of blink 20 times a minute. It is gonna blow through it. Don't even worry about it. I'm not. I don't even have a share. That's how crazy I am. The thing is, if Grandpa was buying too many shares, I'd have to sell them and I would have even, you get too much money, I don't think that is probably too good either, you know. So, while this thing is piddling around here going up, Grandpa will tell you a true story. Well, an attainable goal. I'd like to paint a picture. What I believe an attainable goal would be. You know, we should all set goals. Take, for instance, if you purchase one Tesla share at $250, and that's about the price right now. I think that might be a good buying opportunity, being it's going to go to $260. I think everybody ought to buy a Tesla share and sell it at $260 if you want, or wait for $265. It's going there next. Okay, so anyway, so you get your one Tesla share, and over the next 3 years, Tesla goes up to $3,000 per share. And I believe it probably will. Will it for sure? Who knows? But I believe Tesla's very strong and going to go up there. So you did great with one share. It's worth $3,000, and that's wonderful. Now, if you buy only one Tesla share and you buy and sell it like Grandpa sees the blinking does, a realistic goal would be that you double your money or your share. You don't double your money, you double your share about every 3 months. That would be a goal that Grandpa likes. Am I still live streaming? Yep, I am. So anyway, now you got 2 shares. And so every 3 months it doubles. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And at the end of the first year, if the price is still only $250 per share, you will have 16 shares with a value of about $4,000. And by the end of the second year, doubling each 3 months, you will have 256 shares worth $64,000. And if the price is still only $250 per share and you continue until the end of the third year, you should have 4,096 shares. And if the stock is still only $250, you're going to have $1,024,000. Are all of you going to attain that? Probably not. Why? I don't know. Are some of you? I think so. Some of you are going to attain that, and I want you to. I want you to do that. It's going to work out. So now what I want to talk a little bit about is I want to talk a little bit about the blinking and explain a little bit. They're blinking at 239.85 times 1. Truthfully, we're in a tight range here, and this thing is just what I call moving sideways. The market makers will bore you to death. Are we going to see 260? Yes. Is it going to happen today? I'm not sure, but it's going to happen. So, how this works with the blinking, let me explain so you get it clear in your head. Because Grandpa just thinks if he knows it, everybody knows it. And it's not necessarily the case. So the market makers, they buy and sell shares, right? And they're up there shorting somewhere. Well, they've been shorting, for instance, at 260. Yesterday it was 265 at the end of the day. And so they're getting their positions up there. They're allowed to because they are exchanges that the retailers, buyers buy through, can only buy at the price point, okay? But in order to provide liquidity for the market makers are allowed to buy sometimes far out from the price point. And it stabilizes the market and makes everything run well. And so they buy far away, sometimes $70 or more from the actual price point. And Grandpa can see that with the blinking. Why can Grandpa see that? Because I asked the Lord to show me how they are doing it, and he did. So anyway, all right, so if you're up on when the market maker is sold shares at 265, and we know this, yesterday, for instance. So what do we want to do? We want to sell our shares. If we own shares right now, we want to sell them where the market makers sold their shares. Well, they're selling shares today at 260. So if you get 260 today, do you want to sell them? Well, we'll wait and see, because when it gets to 260, I think it's going to probably go right through it eventually, but they quit being boring and moving sideways. But regardless, you'd make money. You would do well, because the price is 254 something, and 260 is a bigger number. I understand that part. It's a bigger number. 265 is a bigger number too, but you got to wait a little longer. It's all what you want to do, and you got to make these decisions. Where we got two numbers. We got one is 265. Is it going to go there? Absolutely. When? Who knows? And we have 260. It's going to go to 260 first. So, but are you going to get a dip there, or are you going to have to take the ride all the way up to 260? I don't know. All I know is that we want to sell where the market makers sell, and we want to buy where they buy. Now they're buying right now down at 239.85 times 1. They're still doing it, okay? 260 is paused, by the way. Absolutely nothing going on the sell side that Grandpa can see. And so anyway, you want to buy. They're buying down there now. Okay, they bought a ton of stuff down at the 224, 225 area. And they did it for 3.5 days all day. That is a hot area. They are going to 224, 225. I just don't know when they're going to get around to going there. But when they go there, we want to buy there because they bought there. We want to be, the market maker is helping us. I actually think they might like us. I used to think they didn't like us. Now I'm starting to think they like us. 239.85 is blinking. Now, sometimes I've seen where it took them 2 months to get where they were going. Most times they do stuff within 3 days, okay? But sometimes on these farther out ones that Grandpa's looking at, it takes a little while to get around to it, you know? But they're trying their best to show us what we should do. The market makers are our friends. They're showing us the blinking. And when they show us the blinking, we should pay attention. And if you pay attention, you're going to do very well. Grandpa does very well. I'm not going to brag because the Lord wouldn't like that, but I'm telling you straight out, you will do very well. Oh, let's see. They move my screens again. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to look at my secret weapon and see if they're doing something. They might be doing something that, sometimes these guys can be a little sneaky, I'm going to take and put, I got to adjust all my screens, so just bear with me for a little bit, okay? That's just the way it is. The blinking is pretty slow anyway. I gotta adjust up here. I'm gonna check my secret weapon and see if they're doing anything nefarious. Nothing too wild yet. That's the way it is. $239.69 is blinking times 1. I wonder what I did with my notebook. 239.69 is blinking times 1, but we already know it's going to 230 and then 224. But we might want to buy at 239.69. We'll know more as it goes along. Close in, in the 258, 29, 30 area, they're blinking. Oh, 239.69 is blinking fast. They're trying to pull us to 239.69. They want it to go there. Yeah, they're having fun. But we're going up. Grandpa's got to figure out what they did. I think they might have did a little bit of shorting at 275. I don't run with that. I ain't got confirmation yet. These guys are sneaky. Oh yeah, they like us. They show us what they're doing. Well, they show Grandpa the blinking. Grandpa likes blinking. Don't you worry. I got my one good eye looking at the blinking. $239.69 they're buying at times one. Oh yeah, they're doing it. On the sell side, up above, it looks like they might be piddling around in 275.48 range, doing just a small amount of selling. But don't run with that, because they're not. Grandpa's just trying to catch them here. They might not. They might not be doing it yet, for sure. So, it's hard on Grandpa, because all day long, every day, Grandpa in my living room, I listen to hymns all day long in my songs that I like, and with the grandkids and stuff. And now when I'm live streaming, I thought I could just be like normal in my home and live stream and play my hymns that I enjoy to listen to so much all day, and do what Grandpa always does every day. I live what Grandpa likes to do. And then I found out that I can't do that anymore, because now when I'm live streaming, they've got rules. Grandpa's got rules now, and one of those rules is you can't, even in your own home, if you're live streaming, you can't play music that's got some writing on it or something, and they're gonna, I don't know what they'll do to Grandpa if Grandpa would play the wrong song or something on listening to it in his own house. Then I can't do that, because they'll shut me off. They'll shut down my live stream, and then I can't tell you where it's blinking. So, but Grandpa's getting it figured out. We sent some emails out to get permissions. If I get permission to listen, I won't be able to listen to all the stuff I used to listen to, but I can get some. Then I can listen to my songs that I like to listen to all day, and then if I can listen to them, then you can listen to them. Then you'll be able to see what Grandpa really does. And so now Grandpa's got restrictions. They've restricted Grandpa Sees the Blinking's ability to listen to his hymns, and I don't like it a bit. But am I the type to complain? Well, you have to judge that part. In God's holy word, it says, "Judge not, lest you be judged." You start judging others, and you're gonna get judged. And so I try to avoid that stuff. They're blinking times one at 239.90 or 85, probably. I got quite a spread down there. It's 239.85. That's what they're actually blinking at. Let's see. It'd help if Grandpa could see where he was at. You don't worry about nothing. Grandpa can see stuff. I used to have glasses, and I was out cutting firewood. This 40 years ago. And I was cutting firewood. Back then I was younger. And I lost my glasses. They fell off somewhere, and I wasn't even aware of it. A branch or something took them, or who knows what. And I searched for those glasses for years, never did find them. And haven't been able to see anything ever since. So why don't Grandpa go get glasses? What's the use? I can see good enough as long as I can see the blinking. You guys then got nothing to worry about. And the blinking right now, what time is it? It's 11:18. It's slow. It's slow. Let me adjust. This thing is moving straight up. We've had blinking at 260. We've had blinking at 265 the end of the day yesterday. Are we going to see those numbers? Absolutely. When? I don't know. I think we might see 260 here shortly. I think it might just blow right through 260. They paused buying down at 239.85, and this thing is just running up. When they quit their buying down there, it should. But I don't know. I gotta check my secret weapon. These I don't trust them. You know, I don't want to get excited, but we're seeing too much movement for what I'm seeing for blinking. It's something, you know, if something don't look right, it probably isn't right. That's the thing. They might be doing something to grab. Well, they're absolutely doing some buying at 239.69. That's times one. They are down there piddling around, probably 15 blinks a minute. But it's irrelevant. Not an important situation, unless you want to buy there, which we'll probably see tomorrow. Possible. It is possible. We will probably see 260 times. Where did they? Oh, no wonder I can't see it. I'll tell you. When I went and got my coffee, they moved me off of 260 and I just realized that. I keep looking, and I think it's on my screen, so I would see it if it obviously blinked, right? But they moved me. Grandpa didn't move. Grandpa doesn't like to move a whole lot. Yeah, 260 times 4 is blinking, guys. I apologize. Grandpa went and got coffee and didn't even know what was going on when he come back. Okay, so they are still blinking. No wonder it's going. I couldn't figure out, why is this thing running? You know, why is it going up, 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 up? Why, oh why? Well, because it's blinking, that's why. Yeah, they're shorting at 260 times 4. This thing is going to just blow right through there. And I was starting to, not that I was going to go into depression, mind you, but I was thinking about going into, I couldn't figure out what the world, why nothing's happening. You know, you can't just look at a screen and there ain't, got 10 screens. Okay, so while Grandpa's thinking here, I gotta adjust my screens again. Because it's important to have them proper. I gotta have them just as good as I possibly can. Because that way I can see the blinking the best. 260 times 4 is just hot. She's 30, 40 times a minute. This thing is going straight up right now. They will pull it right to, and they're shorting. All right, listen now. The trend, the trend is down in this stock. It's been down for over a year. And it is going to go down big time. Don't let these guys fool you. These shorts, when they get done having their fun up here, they're going to pull the plug, and uh, buying at 240 might be a really sad situation because they can blow through that and be down at 230, 224, 50 is in your near future. In your near future, you will be buying. You're going to buy at 209 before or in 205, but and you don't want to own your shares way up high when she decides to take the run down. Okay, so take a little profit and get out of Dodge. When you see green and you got a little bit of profit, Grandpa sometimes takes $1 profit and I'm very happy to get away, get out of a position and do a reset down where they're buying. We want to buy where the market makers just got done buying. They're shorting at 260. Strong. I think it's going to blow through it. Am I certain? No, I ain't certain. You just don't know for sure. But I think so. Okay, I'm getting adjusted here. I get talking and I forget where I'm adjusting. Oh, do we have a good sign for some of you folks out there that are long? 263 times 1 is blinking. It's blinking 20 times a minute. 263 times 1. Are we going to see 263 today? I'm not sure. It's a possibility. Do I think so? I just don't know for sure. I'm trying to find where I write my notes for the blinking because I have to write that down. Grandpa takes notes, you know. That's a good sign. Oh, they're showing us their hand. I like it when they show us. I think they actually care about us some because otherwise they wouldn't show us what they're doing. They're shorting at 263, 100 shares per blink, 20 to 30 times a minute. However, they did pause at 260. But when they start, I've seen this over and over and over again. It's like reading a book. No, so keep in mind they were shorting at 260. They paused that. It's really good if they do both at the same time. By the way, we're getting, she's going down some right now and the reason is, excuse me, the reason it's going down currently, even though it's blinking at 263 times 1, and we know it's going to go there, the reason it's going down right now is because they quit shorting at 260 times 3. I don't know if you understand that, but that's really what's going on. And they are buying one at a time at 239.85. When I say one, it's always times 100, okay? Or if I say two, it's times 200. Okay, so 263 is blinking times 1. She's pretty much just moving sideways. The market is moving sideways, but they're giving us a little bit of. They're giving us there's a ray of light in the darkness for those that are long right now, and it's just quiet. These guys, they're 263 is solid. But I think based on what I'm seeing currently on the blinking, we're just gonna kind of run sideways a little bit. This is a rough time of day from 11:30 to 12:30 area. That's the time of day when they just love to go and wipe out the guys that got stop losses on their shares. Oh, we got big stuff happening. 260 times, was it 9? 263 times 1 still blinking. Yep, they're doing it. 260 times 9, that's 900 shares of Blink. And they got to go there to fill those in. If I had shares going long right now, I might, based on what I'm seeing just right at the moment, I would get out of them somewhere between 260 and a little bit before 263. Because this thing could come down, and we could have a month before we get back up here again. Or it's too early to say for sure. I'm just saying on what I'm seeing currently, because we got 260 times 9. That's 900 shares of Blinken. They're doing it 15, 20 times a minute. That's a good number. That is a good number. Okay, so we're going to go to 260. What number are we at? 255? Right around 255. That's a $5 bounce. And we're going to get 263 right shortly after. I think we're going to go through 263, but keep in mind, these shorts, when they start buying on the bottom side, the game is over, and she's going to drop. She's going to drop like a rock. I got to remember that, like yesterday, I blared out with my. She charged me $20 for this mic, and I got to get a better mic. I got to get set up with like a headphone or something. Okay, they're mellowing out. They're 260 times 4, but they were doing it at 9. That they of course obviously made a green candle. If for all you candle lovers, you're getting your green candle. 260 times 4. 263 times 1, paused for the moment. Still, 263 is still paused, but they're starting to show their hand. They love to show us what they're doing, and they will. Just you got to be patient. And then we take the information and we make our best choices what we're going to do. Whatever you do, take a profit. When you take your profit, and you just got to be patient. We already know that eventually they're going to hit 265. We already know they're going to go to 209 eventually. All we got to do is wait for our opportunity and have a little patience in between. Now, are we going to go to 230 and get a little bounce? I think so. Are we going to possibly go to 240 and get a little bounce? Maybe. 260 times 4 is blinking. I'll tell you what. I think we're going to see 260. We're probably going to. I just don't know how high it's going to go today. They went so wild yesterday. Oh, 263.70 times 1 is blinking a little bit. That is just, they quit at 263, and now they're just a little bit of blinking going on at 263.70. This is so exciting. I think I'm going to go get some more coffee. 260 is blinking times 4. I got 239.85 times 1 still blinking down there. Remember that 239.85 because, I got it in my notes, but that appears to be the number above 230 they're trying to. Well, what they would say is that's going to be a support area on the way down, or when it gets there, it's it's going to bounce. Might do a little bouncing there if they keep buying there for long enough. And so when she goes to an area, then you want to be able to buy there because they buy there, and then you want to be able to sell where they sold previously. That's what we want to do. 260 times 400 shares of Blinken. It's doing it 20, 30 times a minute. She is going to blow through it. I'm telling you straight out, if you want to go long and make $4, Grandpa would like to do that. $4 is $4. But the problem we got is they just moved all my screens again. Oh, don't they care about Grandpa? Now I gotta adjust everything again. It's just like it's almost like they don't want Grandpa sees the blinking to see anything. Why do they keep moving Grandpa off of stuff? They know they can't hide from Grandpa, but they sure try. And that is a fact. This is two times today now that they've moved me off of my numbers. But don't worry, Grandpa's already got it covered again. 260 is stopped blinking, by the way. And what am I seeing? 239.85 times 1 on the buy side. Still blinking. Oh, we're getting some blinking. 260 times, what number? 3. 260 times 3 shorting. That's 300, They were doing 4. It's going straight up. What more could I tell you? They try to move Grandpa off his screens again. Well, they did. They did. I have 10 I monitor. And they ain't little. They're big. Then you got a guy that don't even have glasses looking at him. You guys are just very trusting. That's okay. Don't even worry. I don't think the Lord wants us to worry about all that stuff. What I'm doing right now, I'm adjusting. 260 is just going crazy. She's gonna blow up through this stuff, you guys. Right now, I'm gonna tell you. 263.70, 263.80 is blinking. 261 times 2 is blinking. 260 is blinking 800 at a time. This thing is flying right now. I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to buy some shares real quick, if you aren't in, grab them and get out of Dodge a little over 260 or something like that, 263 area. This thing is going up. What are we at? It's hit its high of the day at 258. Just when I was going to go get coffee, she's making new highs for the day. 258.50 is the new high of the day, and it's going to blow through that shortly the way this looks. Okay, so where are they shorting? They're shorting at 267.57. I'm sorry, 267.57 times 1. It's doing it about 30, 40 times a minute. You will see 267, 60 approximately, or 70 in your near future. That is a fact. I'm going to put that in my notes. 267. It's times 1, but it's blinking fast. Grandpa's writing in his notes. Oh, this is exciting. I like it when they sometimes they show Grandpa where they're blinking, and when they blink, that means that they're selling there. And if you're long, you want to sell where they sell. Yesterday they were selling at 265 at the end of the day. They are selling at 267.57. And I'm telling you, they are selling. They're buying at 261 times 2, or not buying, I mean selling. They're shorting at 261 times 2. They paused, it looks like they paused the buying at 239.85 is paused, and this bus is running. 260 is blinking 800 shares per blink, but we're within range of it now, so it's neither here nor there. We knew an hour ago they were going to blow through 260 anyway. 262 times 3 is the new number. 262 times 3 is blinking 3 at a time, 300 at a time. So she jumped up from 260 to 262 area times 3. And up 260 is blinking times 3 again. They were blinking at 8 a crack. They really, this thing is going up and away. There is no doubt about it. And they're shorting up there like mad. And if you think it's going up fast, you wait till they start buying on the bottom end, and if they pause these when they stop shorting, this thing will drop like a rock. That's why Grandpa isn't doing anything at the moment, because I don't want to be stuck somewhere that I don't want to be stuck, okay? So if you're long, when you get an opportunity, think about it. Now, we just seen 267.60. Are they going there? Well, they could go there today if they wanted to, but probably tomorrow. You just don't know. It's not like they follow rules, but they do show us where they are going to go eventually. I wonder if I knew anything what I would do. So it calmed down a little bit. The 261 times 2 area is all over the place, but that's within range. So it's, we like to look at what's a little bit further out, but we need to know what they're going to do here close up, so you can make decisions. 267 is times 1. They pause that for the time being. And it's still 11:30 crowd. See, they'll go and they'll wipe people out of there. Just when everybody thinks it's going in the basement, these market makers, they want to take out stop losses. You got to understand that there's a lot of retail guys that have shorted this thing, and it's gone down all day, and they figured the shorts are going to continue, and so uh, the market maker is going to clean them out. Well, we already knew that we got 260 in the wings and 263 and 265, and now they showed us 267, 60. They love us. They absolutely love Grandpa Sees the Blinking. I like to see some blinking in the 270 range. You know, if I see some blinking in the 270, 280, 300 range of substance, but I'm talking about some blinking of substance. If I see some blinking of substance, Grandpa's going to buy some shares. I'm going to buy a lot of shares. And then I'm just going to wait and sell them over there as quickly as I see it. Don't ever sell your shares unless you're in the green. I don't like that. Let's see. 261.50 times 2 is blinking short. On the buy side, it is anything of importance to us is just non-existent. You know, I was going to say, I haven't got any coffee. New high of the day is 258.78. Don't even worry about it. Just think about where you're going to get out of your long position when you get out. So, but whatever you do it. Don't. Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. Take your profit and then have some patience and wait for an opportunity. This bus is going to go to 240. It's going to go to 230. It's going to go to 224. That is, they bought there for 4 days. And it will go there. And they bought at 209.80. It's going to go there. When? Might be a month. I don't know. All I know is they did it. And what they do, we want to do. We want to do it too. And we will. Grandpa's going to do it. That's what I do. It's not complicated. The Lord makes stuff easy for Grandpa because Grandpa wouldn't be able to do it if he made it where it was hard. So he makes it easy for Grandpa. And it's as simple as they're showing us in advance where they're selling. They're actually shorting the market up there because the real direction is down. Okay, this thing is going to go. They could drive it up to 300 again here quick, but all these shorting they're doing, they're building up an army. And when they pull the plug and start buying on the bottom end, this thing is going to drop. But it's easy. All we got to do is have patience. If we got the patience, and then make the decision to sell, I made a killing yesterday. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for opportunity. Now, could I pick up $4 or $5 today? Absolutely. But I'm in no rush. The opportunities come all the time, over and over. Where are you going, Grandma? Oh, Grandma's going to work out. I'll tell you, this Grandma, she is, what would you say? Grandma, well, she goes to the gym every day, put it that way. The reason I don't go to the gym is because she might be turning on us. It's the shorting is slowed up. Yeah, 258.78, but are we gonna see these numbers? Absolutely. They're blinking at 260, 75 times 2, shorting. And that's it. I think she's going to run sideways a little bit. It can't just keep going straight up forever. But they had fun there. They got Grandpa was even getting. Well, I finally got something to talk about. My goodness, even Grandpa can get bored, you know. Am I still live streaming? I wonder. Yep. Now I got to get a different mic because yesterday I listened to this thing and half the time you can't hear me, or the other. Well, what was worse was when I was too close to the mic or something and blaring, and ain't nobody gonna listen to Grandpa if he's blaring all the time. That certainly isn't any fun. Okay, 260 times 3 is blinking. They're moving sideways. She's moving sideways. Don't never fear. Grandpa's here. I'm just getting my adjustments on my screens. Here's what I'm thinking. I think we're going to see a little bit of a bear, what they call a bear flag here, small retracement, and I think this thing is going to resume. I think they've called their hand at 260, absolutely. And I think it's going to resume. They went up to 258.78. If you want to buy a little bit in the dip here, am I going to do it? No. I'm relaxed. But I think we're just getting a small retracement if you want to buy it $1 less and take the ride up to 260, 263, 267s in your future. But keep in mind, 230s in your future. Don't get stuck up here, guys. Take your profit and be happy, and then have a little patience. Opportunity come all the time. Right now, the money makers, market makers, they're scaring the shorts to death. 260s times 700. She's going to blow through that thing. And I mean, it's going to 260.77 times 2 short. That means 200 shares. You guys should, well, if you don't know it, might be somebody new that don't know. They're shorting there. Now, when they short there, that means it's going to go there. It's got to go there so they can fill their positions, okay? So it's as simple as that. It isn't complicated. What Grandpa does isn't complicated. I don't even like complications. One time they tried to give me a complication, and I think they said it was algebra or something like that, and I didn't even know what they were talking about. It never did figure that hard stuff out, but I can see the blinking, and I like looking at blinking. 260.85 times 2, and 260 is sporadic, but when it's blinking a pretty good number. Okay, Grandpa's gonna go get some coffee, okay? I I gotta get a different mic set. I'm restricted to this, only in this chair. And I I'm I'm not that Grandpa would complain. Let's see, what am I still live streaming? Oh, I am. Oh boy. Oh, this is exciting. Uh, Let me look at what they're doing before I go. Oh, well, they're buying at 250. Just just so you know, they're down there buying one at a time at 250.35. But that isn't the most important thing in the world. Unless you want to go short, because it will go there in the near term someday. Today, possible. Tomorrow, very possible. And also on 267. So we're running around here, checking it out. 250. That's $8 from where we're at. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna. You guys know what the corners are. I told you I'm gonna take a couple minutes here and I'll be back with my coffee. Okay? That's a good thing. I'll tell you, these modern appliances they got. Well, Grandma shut the fireplace off. That was a good thing. I was happy about that. It's always good to have the fireplace shut off. So, Grandpa's gonna try to get out of this chair. I'm walking around here. And I'm getting stuff set, and then shortly here I'm gonna go get my coffee, and then I'll come back. So we're moving sideways here a little bit. No big deal. Don't worry about nothing. Grandpa has this all figured out, and it'll be fine. I'm gonna just relax for a couple minutes. It's pretty quiet right now. They're not doing anything too crazy, so it's just moving sideways, okay? They'll show their hand. We already know 267, 265, 263 is coming, 260, it's going to blow through there, and Grandpa thinks it's going to do it today, no problem. So just, if you want to make a little bit, grab it. If you don't, relax. It's up to you. You make the decision. So I'm telling you, it's going. Grandpa knows it's going to go to 230 too. When? I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay, so what are we got going? We got slow going. 250, 80 is blinking times 1. She's just slow. Shorting is calm right now. Grandpa's calm right now. Be patient. This is the time of day that they like to take out all the stop losses, and they like to wipe them all out at this time of day. That's what they like to do. So I'm watching it, don't worry. 267's in your future, 265, 263 is going to blow through 260 shortly, and right now it's moving sideways. They are absolutely doing hardly nothing. They're doing it close up, but they're not doing it where we care. But they will. They're going to show us what they're doing, and because I think they like us. I like us. Okay. Grandpa's got hot coffee. Ran around the house 4 times. We're getting ready for round 2. What will they do? Oh, they're heading up. They're heading up towards the high of the day. 258.78 is the high of the day. Shorting wise, they're shorting wise 261. You know, they are just magnificent at moving grandpa stuff. I can't even believe it. They moved me again. Then grandpa has to do adjustments. Okay, I got that adjusted. Did they move the other stuff too? Yep. Don't worry, I'm getting adjusted. But what they're doing right now is they're shorting 261.60 times 2. That's 200 shares. They're buying at 250 times 1. That's what they're doing. 250.80. I'm sorry. I'm adjusting my. I got 10 screens to adjust. They moved me when I was getting my coffee again. You know, it's almost like they know that Grandpa's going to go get coffee. That's what it seems like to Grandpa. Nothing big happening other than they're buying at the 250 area, 250.80, and the low is already 250.61. She's going up, guys. She's going to blow through that 260. I'll tell you what I'm seeing right now, I think this thing's going to blow through 263. You know, that it was blinking at earlier. It's not blinking there now, but it's bouncing around the high 261 area, right at 262 times 2. And we got a new high of the day at 259.05 right now. And it appears that this thing is going to just run right up. You know, we had 267. They showed their hand. They always show Grandpa sees the blinking, what they're going to do. And then they go do it. 97% of what they do out of range on the low end or the high end, they take care of it within 3 days. And even more than that within a week. But sometimes they'll wait 2 months to go back to where they're supposed to go. So in the long run, if we have patience, we will always be a winner. And when you get your opportunity to take some profit, take it. And you can't make any money if you don't own a share. That's the other side of the spectrum. But if you buy too high up, you might have to watch. You're gonna wait either way. You either wait owning a share, or you wait to get your share at the proper place. And if that makes sense, I don't know, but you're going to wait either way. 262, 30, 40, 50. It's bouncing around. 262 area, but that's a given at this point. They're going there. In Grandpa's humble opinion, 250, 60, blank, 250, 85 is blinking also on the buy side. So they're building up some steam in the 250.40 to 250.85 area. They're doing some buying times one, and that will probably be within 3 days. We'll probably see that number. We'll probably see 240 here within that time too. But right now, she's going up. Grandpa's writing notes. That's what Grandpa's doing. So, recap. Well, for somebody that's new and maybe you don't even have an account yet, and you don't know about what you do so you can trade shares. The one that I like the best is, am I still streaming? Yep. So the one I like the best is TD Ameritrade with the Think or Swim system trading platform. And the reason I do is because their support is tremendous. This ain't an advertisement. I just think if you have a problem, you can call them. Webull, they'll let you start, with Thinkorswim, you can only start trading at 7 a.m. Eastern Time till 8 p.m. in the evening, but with Webull, you can start trading at 4 a.m. until 8 at night. So you get to trade longer if you in the pre-market. But, I just, the support there, I don't believe is what it is at Thinkorswim. I don't even consider Robinhood or any of that other ones. If you're going to trade, you want somebody that's reliable and strong and can help you if you have a problem. Somebody that's competent. If you're transferring money back and forth out of your account, but whatnot, where you can get assistance, like Grandpa. I'm not too good on computer and stuff like that. No, I'm not good at it at all. And but I can see the blinking, and I understand the blinking. The market makers 100% are designed to take our money, our shares. They'll take everything. And they're blinking one at a time at 250.80. So, but they're shorting at 262.10, so that's what they're doing. Times 200 shares. And Grandpa, my humble opinion, they're going to pull through. Well, they shorted that. They paused it, at 263, but and they bought it 267.60 times 1. They were doing it pretty hot for not very long. It was a half hour, but they will get around to going and getting those shares. But it could be a month. You just don't know. I gotta adjust some of my screens again. I got knocked out of whack. That's what happened. 260, 225.30 area times 2 is shorting. So anyway, uh, they're having fun. They're going up. Just think of these poor guys that went short. They they're going to get real scared when it gets to 267. Now, but be patient. When it comes to rebuying in, and if you're long, don't get greedy. You start seeing a halfway decent profit, and it's near one of our numbers, and you don't want to wait no more. Just get out, and it'll give you an opportunity to reset one day. And if it doesn't, we'll figure out what they're doing. I guess think about buying some shares again. I got my shares, but I don't have my shares that I'm buying and selling on a daily basis. I can't double my shares every 3 months if I never buy a share. You know what I mean? But I will. I'll get around to it. Grandma's got to buy shares too. She sold all her shares. And I thought about grabbing some down on the bottom today, but I'm live streaming and I'm busy. 250.80, 1 or 2 or 3 is blinking. Times 1. Murphy's outside barking away. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to check my secret weapon and make sure that I can look at the corners. I'm going to make sure that they're not doing anything nefarious. Nefarious would be like sneaky. Oh. Yeah, it's 262.90 times 2. 250.80. 250.80 times 1 is blinking pretty prevalent. I don't see anything right now way up or down out of whack there, but they'll show us. We just, like, we got our 267.60. We'll see that number, but we're going to see 209.80 and 204, 224, and 225. I mean, they bought for 3.5 days, all day at that point, and it ain't been there. But I'll tell you what, it will go there. When, I don't know. They make the rules, not Grandpa. All Grandpa does is, all I want to do is, I want to sell where they sell, and I want to buy where they buy. And they buy there first. They're showing us where we should buy, and they show us where we should sell. And if we pay attention to that information, then we will do well. Grandpa does well. Don't even worry about it. I do very well. 263.10 times 2 is blinking short. 263.10, and that's they were doing that 263 earlier times 1 when it was way down, so we already knew it was a good chance it's going there. 250.80 times 1 is they're buying. I'm going to make sure I got my bottom of the bottom. Yeah, I got it covered. I'm making sure that my screens are all where I need them, because it's, first off, you already know they move my stuff. Okay, guys, this thing is flying. 262 times 4. And we have 263, 50, 60 times 2 short. And I just seen some blinking at 267.70 again. Well, before it was 267.60. Now I got a little bit of blinking, not much. Don't run with this bus yet. Well, we already knew it went there. But 267.70 is actually, it's paused again now, so I can't say nothing, but it did do some stuff. So we're getting real close. What new high of the day is 260. What is it? I can't. Wish I had glasses. 260.51. So we blew through the 260. We've been talking about that for 2 hours. And Grandpa mentioned it. You have to say, Grandpa mentioned it, but he's going to blow through 260. And we did. And now we're going to go blow through 263 because they did that. And remember yesterday at the close, they did 265. Do I think we're going to see 265 today? I don't know. But we're going to see it. We're going to see it. We're going to see 267.60. Because, why? Because they sold shares there and they have to go there. When are they going to go there? I don't know when they're going to go there. I wish I knew when they were going to go there, but it doesn't matter. Just if you're going to sell, if you're long, that's if I'd dive out at 265 and rebuy somewhere, take my profit, 263 possibly even, and take profit. Tomorrow's another day. Do a reset, whatever you want to call it. Well, and it might just keep flying. This thing might be 300. If I start seeing what I'm waiting for, I'll tell you right now. I'm waiting. I'm not in right now, so I'm all relaxed. But once I want to see, like high 280s, 300s blinking short. Then I know it's going there relatively soon. And 250 is blinking times 1 still. But anyway, if I see it blinking up there, then you know it's going there. Or even in the mid 270s, take a $10 run. It's all fun. It doesn't matter where you buy and sell it. It just matters that you sell it when you're in the green. Okay, we got blinking times 1 at about 263.95, which is so close in at this point. But it doesn't matter. It's got to go there. I'm just telling you it's going to. 262 times 4 is absolutely going to blow through it. In Grandpa's humble opinion, not financial advice, of course, because whatever. I don't like it that I can't play music. If I want to play music, I like to play music. But what Grandpa always listens to, I can't do that because if you play in some, like when you live stream, if you play somebody's song that has a copyright or whatever they call that stuff, then YouTube will shut your trading platform down, and that would be nasty. So, excuse. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to drink some coffee. Not that I don't like my song that I do play occasionally. I should play it more. You know, I like that song. You probably noticed that. I think Grandpa might be a little bit psychotic. Just saying it's a possibility. Not that I am, but I might be. Yeah, 263 is blinking times 2. It's going to blow through there. I think it's going to blow through there today, but it might not. It might wait till tomorrow, but it's going to go to 265. They shorted there at the end of the day yesterday. Is it going to go to 265 today? It's a strong possibility. And that'd be a good spot to get out of some positions if you're long. Also, they shorted at 267.60, albeit it wasn't. Oh, we got blinking. We've got some excitement. 274.50 has been blinking. Don't run with it yet. It's slow. It's slow. It's not nothing dramatic, but they're coming to life in the 270 range. These guys, these market makers like Grandpa. They show them the blinking and tell me where I should buy and sell my shares. I think they like Grandpa. Yep, they're shorting at 274 something. I'll get a handle on it shortly here. I seen it. Oh, 272.50. I'll tell you, they're sneaky. Just give me a second. Don't worry, Grandpa's got it. Yeah, they're gonna blink in the 270s. If you're long, there's no good reason to get too excited about selling. Don't, hold for 265. I might be saying 267. 274, they're blinking. 274, I want to say 70, 71 or something like that. I like to get it accurate. I gotta write it down. Oh, Grandpa's I'm gonna write it in my notes. 274, I'm just gonna say 274. Oh no. I'm readjusting my phone. Okay, so they just blinked a little bit up there, but they're not doing it now. So don't get too excited. I'm excited about it because I like that when they do stuff. It's good that they do something. It's always good to do something. When they do something, it's good. 262, she's going to blow through it. It's going to blow through. I ain't going to say it's going to blow through 263 for sure, but I think so, in my humble opinion. Grandpa's practicing being more humbler. The humbler Grandpa gets, the humbler he gets. That's what I always say about, let me think here. I gotta So we're up at 259.90 area, having fun. You know, I hope you're having as much fun as Grandpa. They're blinking 263 times 2, 262 times 4. They're going to blow through it. There's no doubt about it. Well, there's a doubt. There's always. Even Doubting Thomas. 250.80 on the buy side times 1 is still blinking. We already know we blinked at 240 yesterday. 230, 224 is in our future. And of course, we will see 209. We might have to wait a while to get to that 209 the way this is looking. But don't you worry, it goes down way faster than it goes up. I think they're going to move sideways for a day. Not for a day. I think they're going to move sideways here for a little while. But I could be wrong. She might just keep flying. I was all happy when I seen them blinking in the 270 area. Now they paused it. And they paused it, so but don't you worry, they'll come back to life. So the high of the day is 260.51. We remember earlier we were talking, are they gonna get to 260? And by George, they did it. Why didn't I buy some shares down there with you guys? Grandpa. Grandpa, he's slipping on the job. Don't worry, Grandpa knows stuff. I just can't remember what it is. That Grandpa could have remembered what he knew. He would have knew it. Let's see. They're shorting above 263 times 2. What else do I see? Not a whole lot. What time is it? It's 12:30. I think it's time to move sideways. That's what I think. I absolutely think it's getting close to that time. I hate to say what I think it's gonna do because it's just speculation. But well, we know it's gonna go to 267.60 because they were shorting there and they showed it to us. I like that. And yesterday at closing out the day at 265 and giving us our sign for a while, that was nice of them. And today they showed us 263. First they showed us 260. And I'm telling you, well, you know, that was an opportunity for a $5 quick move. You do that every day and you have more money than you can add. I can't even add that high. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if I'm still streaming. Yep, it's still moving. I got 9 grandkids coming up on tomorrow. They're coming tomorrow. 9 grandkids, and their mama, daddy can come along this time. 250.80 times 1 is blinking. We might see that 250.80 tomorrow. Now, the reason that that's prevalent is you want to remember because that might be somewhere that we want to get in and get a few shares or one share and then sell them again and make $5 or $7 or $10 or whatever the blinking tells us they're going to do for us. It'll all happen. Yeah, 262.90 short, 264 times 1 short. They love to short. They're going to drive this thing in the basement. When they do it, it's going to be nasty. But until then, they're going to go up. Now, I'm hoping that we get some big signals. Grandpa wants to see the big shorting up above, way up above in the 270, 280, 290, 300 area. And we get that big shorting up there, then you know she's going to, it might not necessarily go right to the point. So get out of Dodge like sometimes $4 or $5 ahead. I'll tell you when the time comes what I think from past, what I've seen them do in the past. Like the time that they did the 7 billion shares at 212, they only brought it to 208. So when I see that, I'm going to stay $5 down below it, take my profit, but the real signal was that it was going to plummet, and it went down $50, and they did it pretty fast. It went from 208 to 258. Sometime I'll read that story to you about that. Once I get more comfortable what I'm doing, the main thing is that I show you the blinking. Things are pausing right now. We're getting a bear flag, and it's doing a little bit of a retracement. Now, could this thing keep going down? Absolutely. It could run all the way down to 250.80. It's already gone down to 250.60 today, so it absolutely can go to 2. A matter of fact, I think it's really actually pretty I think it's very possible that they're going to go revisit that area. Now, so they went to 250.60 for the low of today, okay, and they're buying at 250.80 times 1. Oh, you know, I mentioned 250.60, and they're buying their times 2. They're pulling right now, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. If you're up and you want to get out and take a little money, I wouldn't fault you, okay? Because they did a little blinking here at 250.60, and they're blinking at 250.80. They just moved all my screens again, by the way, but that's okay. I got it. So I think we might see today at it might just be a bear flag, but they might revisit the low of the day type of deal. Do I think they're gonna? I don't know. All I know is they're buying there, and when they buy there, that means we get to buy there if we want to. So if we want to buy there, we can buy there too. Yeah, they're pulling it down. They're blinking at 252. They're blinking at 250.80. If you are up and want to get out and buy the dip, I think it might not be the dumbest thing you ever did. You got to make all those hard decisions. And but we did walk through that 260. And we're going to see 267 and 265 and 263. I just don't know when. Might be today, might be tomorrow, might be later. On the downside, they moved my screens. Oh man, they they well, yesterday one time they moved me $14. Right now they moved me $3 off of my what I'm looking at. It's pretty hard to report the weather when they keep moving Grandpa. Uh, yeah, 262 on the short side, 262.10 area. I'll tell you what, this might just be a bear flag here, guys, because they're shorting it pretty good at 262 times 2, and they're buying at that 250, 70, 80 area times 1 or 2. I'm looking. I wish that 274 would start blinking again. It blinks so little that I can't say it's going there at all. But it did a little teeny bit, not enough to run with. I can tell you that. They can shuffle around a few shares if they have to. So I hope I'm holding my mic properly today and not blaring you out. I apologize for that. Yesterday's sound was terrible, and Grandpa's gonna get a better mic. I gotta figure it out. Maybe when I get a day off of blinking, then I'll go and get something or talk to some of my kids and have them help me figure out what Grandpa should do. Grandpa needs guidance. Lots of it. So, and I think 250.80 times 1 is blinking. Now, we're either getting a bear flag here or it's going to go to 250.80. Either one or the other. Do I know which one? No. Well, I know it's going to go to 250.80. I know it's going to go to 209 and 224 and 230. 224, they bought a lot of stuff there. That can't be too far in our future. I just don't think they can buy that much there and wait 2 months. I mean, they can. They do. They do wait on some big orders for 2 months before they finally get around to going there. But most of what they do is within 2-3 days. They cover this stuff, and so that gives you pretty good odds that they're going to 265 and 267, but it also gives you good odds that they're going to go to 209. And if you're long, I'll tell you a story about Grandma. So Grandma, she wants to buy shares, right? And so I think the price was up around 240, 250 at that point in time, and she wanted to know where she'd get in, and I said, well, I couldn't see the blinking back then, but based on what little knowledge I had at the time, I told her 210 looked good to me. And so I got Grandma in at 210, right? And she got in at 210. And a matter of fact, I got her in at 210 and we got her back out at 227 or something like that. And she is happy and she made some money. And we got back in, I think, at 204, below 210. And that thing went all the way down below 102. You remember that time, right? Grandma took a ride all the way down. She don't care anyway. But she took the ride all the way down over $100 and all the way back up to 298. But anyway, Grandma finally sold her shares. It's hard to choose. I have to do her shares on her phone, and it's an Apple phone, and I can hardly function this thing. It's hard for Grandpa to run her phone. I have a Droid. It's really easy to do the Thinkorswim system on a Droid phone. Very easy. You can do your trading on there if you want to. I trade on the computer I like the active trader ladder. I can do it easily for my trades. I used to do it on the phone, but I like to do it on my computer. 260, 270 times 2 short. I think we're just getting a bear flag here, and I think this thing's going to run. They'll give us the signals. We'll see here shortly. She's coming to life. I don't know what's it at. Who knows? Am I still live streaming? I wonder. Yep, I think so. If anybody knows for sure, text me and let me know. Hey, I'd like to know how I sound. If like one of my sons or something is listening. I don't know if they're listening to Grandpa. So right now we're at 259 approximately, a little above, right in that area. And it's still making that bear flag. She's either going to 250.80 or she's going to go get our... Okay, we got some blinking at 267.60 again. Remember earlier we had 267.60? Oh, they're blinking there again. Are they blinking a lot? No, but they're doing it. They're revisiting it. Now that's going to pull it. That's going to pull it back towards it. Is it going to be enough to stop this bear flag? I'm not sure. I am just not sure. If the it's paused again, so it's just, I won't even put it in my notes because I already got it in my notes. That's from before. Okay, I'm going to look at the corners, see if they're doing anything sneaky. They could have tried to sneak stuff on Grandpa. It's not going to be good for them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, I wish that 274 would have kept blinking a while. Wait a second. I got to adjust my one screen. They got me out of whack. I got 10 screens, and they move them and they get out of adjustment to the point where Grandpa can't. You don't want to have any. I don't want any gap that I can't see. They're big on that. They like to do their blinking they want to blink where Grandpa can't see the blinking. Believe me, there's plenty of blinking in this world going on that Grandpa don't get to see. But I like to see as much blinking as possible. They were shorting it. They're still up at 262 times 2 shorting. I tell you what, I ain't sure, but I think they're going to blow through this 262 to the upside before this bus is over. Before this day is over. Very, not financial advice. I just think they're going to possibly. On the other hand, 250.80, I'm thinking about buying at 250. Very likely buying some at based on what I'm seeing now. And then just take a bounce up and take $5 or $7, something like that. Grandpa doesn't need a whole lot of money. I just want to, I just like to have shares. I just leave it in there anyway. I hope, I'm excited about Christmas. That's the time of year that we celebrate Jesus' birth, And, but I'm hoping, and he gave us the gift of eternal life in heaven with him. That's what we got from Jesus. But the thing is, Grandpa's thinking I might get some socks. And if I get a new pair of socks, you know what I'm going to do? When I get a new pair of socks, I'm going to wear them for a solid week. Because you want to break them in properly, And I think I'm not going to wear them probably more than a week, but I am, and I'll report it to you when it happens. When I get my socks, when one of my kids will get me socks, you just wait and see, because I've been begging now for a couple of days, right? And they'll hear it, and one of them will get Grandpa's socks because they know Grandpa wants some socks. And when I get them, I'm gonna wear them for 1 week. Maybe they'll give me like 3 pair of socks. I think they come like 3 in a bag or whatever. 261 short times 8. That's close in. It's sporadic. It's nothing much. Okay, I wonder how I sound. I wonder if I sound better than I did yesterday. I wish somebody would tell me something. Okay, I got a pastor from Georgia, and he's texted me. I'll read it to you. Sounds good until you sing. Yeah, I'll tell you what. He's got a beautiful voice. And then I got this other pastor friend from Iowa. I won't say his name to protect the innocent. You ever watch Dragnet? But anyway, and that guy sings "Do Lord" like an angel. Oh man, that's one of my little granddaughter's favorite song is "Do Lord, do Lord, oh do Lord, oh do remember me." Well, anyway, it's just phenomenal, the voice that the Lord has given some of these guys, some of these gals. I got a daughter-in-law and some of the ladies in the church, Grandma's got a beautiful voice. 250.80 times 1 is blinking. So Grandma's actually got just a beautiful voice. I love to hear her sing. But she is so self-conscious. I got good news for anybody that's long. 267.70 is blinking times 1. Short. They are shorting times 1 at 267.70. And I'm going to tell you, it's in your near future. Your near future is you're going to see your 265. Be patient. I'll tell you, I'm hoping for an opportunity to get in now. I seen that they were buying at the 255, 60, 70, 80 range. I mean 250. 250, 80 is they're buying there right now. The low of the day is right at 250, 60. And I think it might be a nice spot to pick some shares up, especially if they haven't gone and covered these 267.70 shares, and we go down to 250.70 and can get a few shares, and then because that's $17. I like that because it's got a 7 in it. Grandpa likes 7s, and they are absolutely shorting at 267.70 times 1. Actually, they moved it to 267.60 again. I don't like that as good because I like more 7s. The more 7s, the better. But 267.60 has got a 7 in it, and that is a good number. And I got that written down from earlier today when they did it, and now they're doing it again. Now the market's going down, but it's going to go to 267.70 before it's over. I just don't know exactly when, but they showed us that they sold shares there, so we're going to get to sell shares there. It's just that I want to buy shares. Now they're showing me that they're buying shares at 250.80. Okay. Right now they paused it. Oh man, why don't they just take it down to 250? Let Grandpa get some shares. Let Grandpa get some shares at 250.80. The whole audience will say, "Oh, Grandpa's smart. He got shares at 250. I could have bought them yesterday for less." But that's irrelevant. I sold yesterday at that rate, in that range, 251, and I made a killing. So I don't worry about it. There's always opportunity. So anyway, right now we're looking at that 265, 267 area as a place where we would like to sell some shares. We're going to go there. It's just when. Now on the bottom side, 250.80 is blinking again. And if these bad boys take us there, the next day we might get our 267. Or they might reverse and go there first. That won't be as much fun. And we would like to have fun if we can, but we can't always have fun. I hope I'm not blaring you out today like I did yesterday when I forget what I'm holding this dumb mic, and it's, Grandpa I'm not a multitasker. Do I look like a girl? No, I don't. Girls are pretty and Grandpa's grandpa. Grandpa's handsome. Now, here's the thing. I forget what I'm doing. I forget that I'm holding this mic. 262.25 times 2 short is blinking. I forget what I'm doing, and then I move it too close to my mouth. I should have something that's more. My son's going to help me out with it. he talked to him earlier, and he gave me some good ideas. And after hours, I'll talk to him and find out some stuff that I need to know. So, you got blessed quietness. You should hear my daughter-in-law sing this song with her friend. Just absolutely beautiful. It brings tears to your eyes. Yeah, they're blinking 250-60, and of course that just a little bit of 250-60. Oh, times two. I think they might pull this bus down and make Grandpa happy. Sorry about that if you're long, but don't worry. 267's in your future. Matter of fact, it's blinking short at 267.60 times 1 right now. So we're blinking short at 267.60, and we're blinking long on the buy side at 250.80. And Grandpa, I'd like to buy some shares there and then sell them at 267. Am I going to sell them at 267? No, I'm going to sell them at 265 because Grandpa likes to be on the safe side, and I don't like to wait. Patience ain't my strong point. I want you to be patient, not Grandpa. Not Grandpa. Sometime I'll tell you the story about not Grandpa. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. They're blinking at 274.70. That's what I'll tell you. Times 1. 274.70 times 1. Right now, I would like them to see them go in the basement so I can get some cheap shares. Or I'm going to miss the ride up. They paused it again, but sporadically, intermittently, every once in a while, they are buying in that 274 range. Or not buying, they're selling, I'm sorry. They're doing it right now, 274.70 times 1. A little bit, not much, just a little bit. Oh boy. Oh, I'm excited. Okay, 267.70 is paused. They paused 267.70 and it's going either down or sideways right now. 267.60 is blinking a little bit short. Bad news for Grandpa is they paused that. Oh, there it goes again. They're buying at 250.80. Here they thought they when they stopped for 5-10 seconds, they scare Grandpa. I'm wanting to pick up some there because this bus is gonna go. We're gonna see 265. We're gonna see 267.60, and we might see 274 here out of this bus here yet. When, I don't know. It's going to do all of the above. We're going to see 209.80. But before that, we're going to... the area that I'm excited about getting to, you want to know what it is? I'm excited about the 224, 225 area because they bought there for 4 days, and they're going to go there. I'm telling you, in your near future, 224, 225 is coming. And when they get there, we're going to get a bounce. I think, I better watch my mic here, but I think what they're going to, my humble opinion, like Grandpa's practicing being more humbler. Humbler for Grandpa, I think, might be a good thing. I don't. So if it goes to 224, 225 eventually, not. We're short. They're shorting pretty fast. I think they're going to pull this thing. I think they're done with their bear flag right now, and they're going to. I think they're going to probably head back up. Okay. So if you're long right now, you're going to be happy shortly. So 267.60 is shorting at ×1. It's going to go there. Don't even worry about it. 265 that they did towards the close yesterday, it's going there. I want to buy at 250. I want to buy at 250.70. I might do it at 250. You know what I'm going to do? If it goes there. Well, it's going to go there. I mean, but see, if they go up and they wipe out the 267s first, and then they go there, then I'm not interested. That's a different game. But now I'm painting a picture here for you so you understand my thinking. Now, if they go to 250.70 again, before they fill that 265 and that 267, Grandpa's going to be all in on it because there's pretty 97% that they're going to go up there within the next few days and take out the 267.60. That's what I'm thinking. But if they go up to the high side first, then we're playing a different game. I hope you are comprehending what I'm saying. I understand what I'm saying. It's just I want you to understand what I'm saying so you understand what I'm thinking. Like anybody would really know what Grandpa was thinking. It is not too much. What I'm thinking about is blinking. Because that's what some people do big stuff and Grandpa just does blinking. I don't have any skills. I can't sing decent. My grandkids think I'm a great singer, but anybody besides my grandchildren, they think little Brianna, she's gone through college now, and one of my grandbaby girls, and when she was about 3-4 years old, she had been gone for a few days with her parents, and she got to come to Grandpa and Grandma's, and she comes running to Grandpa, and she says, "Grandpa, why do you always look so good?" So Grandpa looks good, and they like me to sing. I tell them stories, and the Grandpa can't. I'll remind me to tell you the story. I'm gonna go take a little break here while we're in the lull here. They're either doing a bear flag or it's gonna go to 250.80. And personally, I'm sorry if you're long right now and are in a rush to get out of your shares, but it's gonna go to 265. It's gonna go to 267, but it's also gonna go to 250.80. And 70, and I want it to go there first because I want to get in so that I can sell at 267 because that's what they're doing. They are selling at 267.60, one at a time, 100 shares a blink, 20 blinks a minute. And is it going to go there? Absolutely, it's going to go there. Does Grandpa know when? No. I just think it's going to go there tomorrow. That's what I think. I I hope it goes there tomorrow. That's I don't know for sure. I just think it's going. It might go there today. These guys, they don't care about Grandpa that much. It's like if Grandpa, well, but the thing is, we got the Lord on Grandpa. The Lord blesses Grandpa like you would believe. I, I'm, he absolutely spoils Grandpa. I mean, after all, he gave me Grandma, right? Right? And he gave me 24 grandchildren, one great grandchild, one on the way, and he gave me Grandma, and I got two boys and two girls that are. I couldn't be prouder of all of those kids, children. Let's see. A kid is actually a goat, a baby goat. They call that a kid. That's proper terminology, by the way. Not that Grandpa's in the proper terminology, because I'm not. I can still remember when I was in grade school, and it was a big thing about saying ain't. I ain't gonna do it. And I think, what were they promoting? Isn't, or something like that? I don't know. I'm not going to do it. Proper language. And I don't know. I don't know if I use ain't a lot, and it doesn't really matter, but they are blinking short at 267.60 times 1 nonstop. And I'm telling you what, it's going there. If you're long, and we already know it's going to 265 because they shorted there yesterday at the close, hour before, for now 250.80. I just want to have them go down there, revisit it. I don't even care if they do it after hours. I'm thinking about putting in a buy position for real, and I'm going to put it at 250.70. I think I'm gonna maybe I'm gonna take a break, and then, because they ain't going there real quick, but it might over after hours. Do when Grandpa puts a position in. I always put it in GTC EXT, and learn how to do that stuff. Google and YouTube, watch YouTube tutorial videos, so you know what you're doing. And I'm still live streaming. Oh yeah. So anyway, I'm going to take a little break, but here's what Grandpa's hoping for, based on what I'm currently seeing. They paused 267.60, and we are going down. What Grandpa's hoping for is that it goes down to 250.80. That's a given, because it's just a question of when. But I'm hoping they do it either before the close or after the close, or pre-market tomorrow, or on a dip tomorrow morning. Whatever. I don't care. Just so I get it. And then I'm going to sell it at 266.97. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm lying. I'm going to sell it at 267 because they're blinking at 266.60, and I don't like that number that much. I would rather do it at 267. Pigs get fattened, hogs get slaughtered. That'd be like a $17 pop, and that's what I'm gonna do. They're blinking a little bit at 245 times 1. They're not shorting, they're buying. 245.95 times 1. 245 times 1. They're starting to blink. They're buying on the long side, on the short. They're buying down underneath is what they're doing, and it's pulling us down currently. They paused. Now we already seen that they shorted at the 267 range, right? So we know what's going there. Okay, they showed us what they're doing. That's what they care for us. They showed us what they're gonna do. They're gonna go there, and they're showing us where they're buying down on the bottom, and at 250.80, they're buying times 1, and so they're gonna go there, and I want them to go there, but I want them to go down there so I can get in because Grandpa wasn't smart enough to get in. The reason I didn't do it before is because I like to go by the blinking. And my previous blinking was 240 for a buy-in, at 241 something actually. And I got more time than money. Now Grandma, on the other hand, it's 59 degrees and sunny. It's just beautiful weather. Am I still? I wonder if I'm still live streaming. Yep, I think I am. Okay, so before I go, take a break here. I'm going to look and see if there's anything nefarious going on. And that's what I'm going to do. Because you can't trust these guys. They try to sneak stuff in on Grandpa and the blinking. Okay, I think we're safe for Grandpa to take it 2 minutes away from the screen, but I'll be back. I'm kind of like Frosty the Snowman. I'll be back again someday. Yeah, 250. They 250.80 still blinking. That I want to buy in that 250 set. I like, somewhere around there 250 range. I like to get back in. That's what I'm thinking. And then I want to sell them at 267. Am I going to sell them at 267.60? No, because I want to make sure that I sell my shares, and I don't want to hold them for another month just because I wanted to get squeezed the last penny out at the moment. They'll go to all these numbers. It's just a question of when they go there, and that's the way it is. Oh, so when I come back, somebody remind me. I wish you guys could talk to me somehow. Somebody remind me to tell a story about not Grandpa, okay? It's a story of one of my little granddaughters. And I like to tell stories. My little granddaughters, when they tell Grandpa stuff, they know stuff. 267 is paused. This thing's going down, which if I was shorting, I'd be shorting and rebuying at 2. 250.80. Not financial advice. I'm just telling you what I think might happen. And then I'm going to go out. I'm going to sell all my shares at 267. Grandpa, if I own, matter of fact, if Grandma will ever come back from the gym, she's a workout. You know, that girl, that Grandma, she's in great. She's got two. She's like the bionic lady. She's got. You ever see Wonder Woman? Well, that Wonder Woman gal ain't got nothing over on Grandma. Grandma's got these metal shoulders. Uh, and can that gal cook? Oh man, I, let's see, 250.80 is still short, going long. They paused that little bit of buying they were doing in the 245 range, 240 high 244s. They paused that. 267.60 is non-existent. They paused it. It's gone. But I'll tell you a little secret. That you will see that number again. That 267.60 number will come back. Okay, so you know, I know I'm going on break, right? And what do? They just moved all my screens. Oh man, it's gotten to the point where they're doing it about 5 times a day. Does Grandpa sound like he's whining? Do I sound like a whiner? I am whining. The important thing is, you know, I'm thinking about what can I tell you guys? Well, the thing that you're here for, if you're listening to Grandpa, is where we should have an opportunity. And our opportunity right now, based on what I've seen currently, is we are going to get an opportunity to sell in the 265 to 267 range in the near future. And prior to that, Grandpa wants to buy at 250 to 250.80 range. Somewhere in there I want to buy in. And then that's based on what I'm seeing now. I mean, but based on what I'm seeing right now, I wanna get some shares there, and then I want to sell them at 265 to 267. I'm gonna somewhere in there. I'm gonna bail out and do a reset again. That's my plan. Will my plan change? Possibly. I don't know. And this ain't a financial advice either. They say that I heard them, whatever. I was going to go on. This thing's going to run sideways a little while anyway. I'm going to go on a little break here. When I come back, remind me. I wish you guys were better at reminding me, because you know I forget stuff. It's not like there. Okay, yeah, okay. I see it. 257.70 blinked. They're pulling her down there. 250.80 still at it. They're pulling us down. They're buying at 250.80 and it's pulling us right to it. Oh, they just love to show Grandpa what they're doing. The blinking shows Grandpa what they're doing. They're only doing 100 at a time, but they're doing it consistent. Oh, wow. I seen some big numbers flash up. It was real close to the price point, but it was a short, and it was like 15,900 shares in one blink. And it went through, but it was close to the price point. But my point is that they're pushing this bus down. They're pulling it down by the buying they're doing at the 250.80 point. It's going to go there for Grandpa because the Lord is good. He wants Grandpa to be happy. And when Grandpa is happy, I mean, you'd be happy too if you was Grandpa. I sit around and listen to hymns all day. Now I have to have my hymns up because on YouTube is providing Grandpa a wonderful service, but they won't let me listen to them. I can't listen to my music that I want to listen to because they copied it. They might put Grandpa in jail. Or worse yet, they might shut my thing off and I won't be able to tell you the blinking. And if I can't tell you the blinking, we wouldn't have any fun. I'll tell you what, this, all kidding aside, this goal thing of the doubling of your share, one share, something that's affordable for people to have, just one share, and then you double it every 3 months, and within 3 years it's over $1 million. That's, in Grandpa's humble opinion, if you go with the blinking, they show us, the Lord showed me the blinking, okay, and he made it clear to Grandpa so I would understand it because I prayed for that. And if we do this, how many people make $1 million? Some do in 3 years. It's like a real job. This, but you have to do it, and you don't just buy it and sit and look at it. You gotta sell it and rebuy it like Grandpa does. Okay. So if we can get all on the same page here eventually, we'll all have fun. Grandpa, you don't got to do exactly what Grandpa does. Grandpa doesn't always do the right thing. You can ask Grandma. Sometimes I don't vacuum right away when Grandma tells me to. But I will get around to it, I'll tell you that. I do get around to it. It's usually, sometimes I go vacuum when Grandma's sleeping. That is not a bad deal. Okay, so we got nothing going on. They paused the 267 area. It's going straight down. It's going towards Grandpa. Grandpa wants to buy. I'm not in. I don't have any shares that I'm trading. I want to, I'm thinking, remind me to tell you the story about there's a story I want to tell you about not Grandpa. But I'll be back here. Don't even worry about it. And it won't be that long. Okay? Everything is good till Grandpa, they'll move my charts anyway, or they're not charts, they'll move all my screens, 10 of them.
I'm still Marie.
There's more screens than Grandpa should be looking at. It used to be just unbelievably overwhelming. I can remember when I first started looking at all this blinking, and I thought, oh man, what am I looking at? It's just blinking everywhere. And I'm watching all this blinking, and I prayed to the Lord to make it clear to me, and so I could understand it. And He did. It just clicked. Oh, remind me about that when my youngest son was in Bible college. Greek was. I want to tell you a story about Greek. He struggled with Greek, and he was to the point where we thought he might quit Bible college because he just couldn't get a handle on Greek, and very discouraged. And he'd call, and I'd tell him, just keep perseverance, keep at it. and it'll click. The Lord will give you the answer. And one day it clicked, and he knew Greek, and he knew Greek good enough to be a solid A student in Greek. I'm bragging here, but it's true. And so this young Bible student, college student, he learned Greek, and but it just clicked. But it took a lot of. He had to put the work in, and the Lord honors that. That's what I'm trying to say. The Lord honors hard work. You're out there driving a truck like my oldest son, and that he knows what he's doing. He's running a business, and the Lord honors that, and he works. I know how hard he works because I did it out there for years, and I'll also tell you, he's way better at it than Grandpa ever was. He's better at doing the negotiations on the rates and uh, booking the loads. And he calls me for a little advice once in a while. It makes me feel good, but I don't. Uh, ability wise, he's surpassed his grandpa, or his daddy, I should say. He surpassed his daddy. So if your children are doing better than you could ever hope to have done, you've got to be happy, you know. What was I going to do? I want to tell you a story about not Grandpa when I come back, but prior to that, if I ever get around to it, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We ain't got nothing going on anyway. It's going down. Grandpa wants to get shares at 250.80, like you already know, and I'm hoping. I'm just, if it don't go there, don't worry about it. But I will. I mean, it will. I just don't know when. Okay, I'll be right back. Bye. Well, wait a second. What am I doing? I gotta think about what I'm doing. let's see here. We're getting a green candle. Let me get a handle on the time. 36. It's only a minute into it. I think we're going to get a green candle though. It's going to move sideways a little bit. Who knows where it'll go. It's going nowhere fast. We're 267.60 is still paused. It's doing absolutely nothing. And
this summer, happiness is a new Chevy.
what the world?
You can go farther.
They're selling Chevys. So 250.80 times 1 is actually 250.80 is blinking times 2. They are going to pull this thing down there. 250.80 is coming to Grandpa. Grandpa sees blinking. Because I want to get some shares there probably, most likely. And then I want to sell them at 267 is what I play. 265, 267, somewhere. You know, you make $15 to $17 on share, you're happy. That's good going. So if you have an attainable goal, is a good thing to have. Everyone should have a goal, and the Lord don't make it that hard. He shows us where the market makers are selling, and he shows that's where we want to sell, and he shows us where they're buying, and that's where we want to buy. And sometimes they show us a day in advance, sometimes they show us 3 days, sometimes they show us 2 months in advance where they're going to go. 2 months, you don't. We think of it, oh, we got to wait for 2 months. Well, think of it like this. They're showing you 2 months ahead of time where they're going to go. How good is that? Sometimes they show us a week in advance. Sometimes we know quicker. And we all like to know quicker. Everybody wants to know right away where it's going. But we know where it's going. Sometimes they show us further out where it's going. Farther out in time, and the Lord willing, we'll be there when it gets there. We don't know for sure that we have tomorrow, okay? We don't even know for sure we got the rest of the day. So think about eternity. Take time to think about where we're going to spend our eternity, because it's real, and we're in a spiritual battle that Satan wants to sift us like wheat, and if he can get you involved in some sin that you enjoy, and he'll destroy you. It's what he likes to do, I guess. Just you resist him and he'll flee from you, and that is so true. 250.80 is paused. Well, it's slow. It's really slow. 250.80 was blinking times 2. There it did it again. Why do I even talk? It's slow. It's slowed up a little bit, but it is blinking times 2. But this bus they're pulling us up. It wouldn't surprise me to see 267 start blinking again shortly. Or maybe they'll start blinking in the 270s. Oh boy. I don't even own a share. I got to get it down to 250.80 so I can get in. Grandpa don't even got a share. So you're long. I don't know. Is it going to go to the top side first? Grandpa won't even have a share to sell. I can't sell a share if I don't own a share. You can't sell it if you don't own it. But on the other hand, I don't want to buy it when I know it's going to go to 250.80. Probably today, probably tomorrow morning. And then I'm going to buy it. And I'm going to put my order in probably later. And then I think I probably sell it around 265, 267. I'm going to sell it about 267 probably. I might, but now if the blinking changes and we get a bunch up at the 270 range, then I'll readjust my thinking. I do that periodically. You probably noticed that. So that's the latest update on that, and that's all I know about that. I hope everything is working good. I hope I'm not blaring you out today. I forget what I'm doing with this mic. I gotta get a better system. Because otherwise I'll drive all of you absolutely. I can't be blaring. The blaring is not good. And the problem we got is I forget I even am holding a mic and I'm moving it around. And then you can't hear me. And then I'm blaring you out. I'll tell you, you got to do some suffering to listen to Grandpa. Think about what Grandma's lived through. 250.80, still blinking along, singing a song. It's going up, by the way, you know that. I don't need to tell you that. They're pulling it up. The reason it's going up is 250.80 has been blinking strong all day. And it's blinking times 2 when it blinks now. It's 200 shares, but they've slowed it way down. And when they pause the buying on the bottom side, it goes up. And when they blink a lot on the bottom side buying, it goes down. That's just the way it is. And don't worry, Grandpa understands it because the Lord made it so I could understand it. Because I didn't understand it. And He made it clear to me. And now I have a different perspective. I used to think that the market makers were bad, but they're not bad. They're making money. They want to make a living. And they do. They're extremely good. They run the bus. They're running the show here. So, but the Lord, He's everything they got is His. He just lets us use what's already His, and we get to use it. And it's a question of how much is He going to let us use? Are we going to make the right decisions? We get to make our own decisions, but the Lord wants us to do well. He wants you to do well. And I want you to do well too. Do I want you to do as well as the Lord wants you to do well? No. Because I'm not the Lord. I'm just Grandpa. And Grandpa has a hard time remembering where his coffee cup is at. Sometimes I can't even find it for long periods of time. I can't even find my glasses, and I lost them over 30 years ago, and I still can't find them. But are my glasses around somewhere? Absolutely. Uh, I don't even care. I mean, I can see Grandma uh, when she comes home from shopping, or she's out running around town having fun. It's beautiful weather here. Temperature's 59. It's bright and sunny. There's no wind. Uh, it's really pretty. Fall leaves will be coming here shortly. I'm excited about my 9 grandkids coming tomorrow, and then the other grandparents are coming up also, and we got a holiday weekend. Monday there won't be any trading next Monday because of uh, we're celebrating some holiday. Oh, yeah, she's just absolutely moving sideways. The market, you know that the market makers here. I'm gonna say what I think. Whether it's true or not, who knows? But they lull you to sleep. You know, people get impatient. Oh man, it's never going to go to my number so I can sell that I want to sell. Well, I'm telling you, it's going to 267.60 eventually here. And it's going to go to 209.80. And it's going to go. I'm excited about 224. There's two things I'm excited about right now, but one of them is I want to see what it's intriguing to me. I should say it that way. It's intriguing to Grandpa what they're gonna do when they get to that 224, 225 area, because they bought there for 4 days, and it's gonna be fun to see how it reacts when it gets there. I'm anticipating a bounce. When I get to buy at 220, I'm gonna buy some at 225 and 224. And when it, and then I'm gonna, because I want to see what they do for a bounce. I mean, they might bring it all the way back up to 270, but they might only do $10. But the thing is, we'll know by the blinking what they've done. So we're gonna get a picture of it as it sails along. Uh, but always remember this trend is down right now, and it's a real deal. And they did that buying down there. They are going to go there, and you just have to be patient. And if you're patient, and it's not easy. It's not. It's not easy to wait and watch them run sideways, and they 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 do the same thing over and over and over, and they put you to sleep, and then they scare you. They put fear in, and these poor guys, they can't see the blinking, and they don't know that they have the hope that it's going to actually go. They have to go where they did their stuff, and people don't realize that, so they panic and they get out and they get in at the wrong place, and they make errors, and uh, but Grandpa sees the blinking. Oh, good news! 267.60 is blinking again times one. It is absolutely going to go there. Now it's blinking slow. It's sporadic. Even 250.80 is slow right now. They made a bull flag, is what they did, and now she's coming down again to Grandpa. A matter of fact, it's blinking at 250.65. She's the low of the day is right at 250.60. So, you know, they're going there. And I think, what time is it? Oh, man, she's got my clock on military time. I think Grandma hates me. Where's my other clock? What time is it? I wish I could see. 1:51. So about 10 minutes it'll be 2 o'clock, and then we'll probably get some good blinking of some sort. Because right now it is just slow blinking. Slow, slow, slow blinking. Okay, I'm going to check far out, and then Grandpa is going to take a break. Okay, I gotta look at this. I got a message from somebody. Yeah, okay, yeah. Uh, yeah, it has. Um, a pastor friend of mine just mentioned that see, I'm supposed to be able to lock my screen so they won't keep switching on me on the numbers. And I had it done. I've gone, and it worked for several weeks, and then it quit working, and I've gone back and I've redone it. I know how to do it. I've done it several times, and 26760 is blinking, blinking, blinking. You will see that number. I'm thinking tomorrow or the next day. Oh, we got blinking at 274.50 again. Not much, but we got a little. We got enough that I'm going to write it down. And Grandpa doesn't write up and down for nothing. Now, are we going up right away? No, it's still going down, but we're going down right now. Yeah, I know. I've locked it in. There's an adjustment to lock in my. I can't stop them from moving my screens like they do. That's a different deal. What I'm talking about is my numbers on my screens change. The blinking numbers. Oh, I got it written down. Oh, Grandpa, you're so efficient. I already had it written down. Well, I have short-term memory loss, I think. I can't hardly remember nothing. Uh, Sometimes I forget everything. Don't worry, I got this. I can see the blinking. I'll just keep telling you what it's doing. But I gotta explain to you what my reasoning is for different stuff periodically. Uh, mm, yeah, they paused the buying on the bottom side. This thing should turn upwards here the way, unless they're doing something Grandpa ain't seeing right now. And I got the corners covered. We're good there. We're just moving sideways, guys. Don't worry. Uh, they'll make their move. They're going to show us their hand, and when they do, we'll all be there. That's the way it is. What are we trading at? I could adjust that. Oh yeah, this thing is going down, down, down. What number am I on? It's no wonder I don't know what's going on. 256.78, current 256.88. That's where we're at. She's coming back down. I want to buy some shares at 250.80. They're shorting at 267.60 again. Pretty steady. Pretty steady. And they're shorting at 262.700 at a crack per blink, and they're doing about 30 a minute. but it's going to go back up through 262. I think we're going to probably see 262 today, and if not, we will see it in the morning. 262 times 7. That's a hard pull. She will. I think they're trying to slow down our plummet right now. She's heading. She's hit 262 times 7. That's 7 shares per blink. They're blinking about 20, 30 times a minute. At 262 short, they're shorting, and it will draw it up there. They're also at 267.60 is still blinking times 1. You'll get to see it. Just gotta wait for it. 250.80 is very slow. They're playing a game here, but don't worry. They'll show us what they're doing. We just gotta be patient, wait for our opportunity, and I want to get some shares so I can sell them at 267. That's what Grandpa wants to do. All I want to do is buy some shares and sell them at 267 in the near future. And when I do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, ooh, Grandpa made a killing. A killing. I made a killing yesterday. Grandma made a killing yesterday. Yesterday was a fun day to make a killing. And everybody should have a killing once in a while. But slow and steady wins the race. And have your goal. You get your one share and pay attention to the blinking. And they're showing us what they're doing. All we got to do is they give us advance where they're going to, both directions. You can't ask for much more than that. And then we just watch the blinking and do the same thing they did. We just do it a little later, and then we're all happy. And we have our one share, and in 3 years, if that one share could, the Lord likes to work with little stuff. You take a little thing and you can turn it into something, and then you give the credit where it's due. And you know where the credit's due? The credit's due to the Lord. And he deserves the honor and the glory. Not even Grandpa, 262 times 7 is shorting nonstop. She's gonna blow through that. I'm almost thinking it might bust through that today, that 262 spot. They're paused it again. No, it's back again. 250.80 is non-existent. I tell you, I got 10 screens. There's a lot of watching. Grandpa has to watch a lot of stuff. Does Grandpa miss stuff once in a while? I probably do. I think I might miss something once in a while, but I try not to. And then I always have my secret weapon. Grandpa's got a secret weapon, and he goes and he looks at case they might be doing something nefarious. Grandpa, sneaky. If they get sneaky on Grandpa, don't you worry. Grandpa's watching it, and he'll tell you. I like to tell stuff. 262 times 7. 267.60 is blinking times 1. It is going there, guys. I want them to go down to 250.70, and so I can buy some shares. I don't even have a share right now. I want to have some shares. I want to. Grandma wants shares too. You can't double your shares, make an extra shares if you don't even have a share. That's the situation that I'm in. It's terrible. Uh, am I complaining? No, I'm teasing. There's a difference. I know it's going to go to 250s, 240s, 230s, 224, 209.80. But the thing is, I want it to go what I'm hoping for, and based on what I'm seeing, I think there's pretty good probability that I'm going to be able to buy at that 250, 70 range. Is what I want to do. And then when I get there, I want to sell it at 267 because it's going there, and I'm going to wait until it gets there. You got to have a lot of patience. Is having the patience to wait is not that easy. Wait for the opportunity. And then when it's time to get out, get out. When you want to sell where they sold, and you want to buy where they buy. And based on the blinking, is they show us in advance. I mentioned that earlier. Hey, when I come back, remind me to tell you about a story. I'm going to tell a story about not Grandpa. Okay? Remember I told you last hour that I was going to tell you a story about not Grandpa? Well, I forgot to tell it to you. And now, hold on a second. Grandpa's drinking coffee. And now I'm going to tell you that story. But now it's going down, down, down. 250.80 is paused. Are they buying down below it? If they start buying down below it, that changes the game plan here a little bit. Then I might be buying down below it. Or it could be a sign for the next day. These guys know a week in advance where they're going, where we're going to be every day. And they show it to us with the blinking, and we just have to understand what they're doing to us. That's the way it is. Be patient. Oh boy. Oh. Grandpa's too funny. That's what my one little granddaughter used to always tell Grandpa. Grandpa, you're too funny. And but anyway, yeah, nothing is going on really. A little bit of blinking. It's absolutely blinking at 267.60 times one short, and we are. It's going there. When? I hope it goes there tomorrow or the next day. That would really be nice. But before it goes there, my hope is that it goes down to 250.70 so I can get some shares because Grandpa doesn't have any shares. I want some. I want to get some shares too. A lot of people got shares and Grandpa don't got any shares. Poor Grandpa doesn't even have any shares and Grandma doesn't have any shares either, but we want shares. 267.60 is blinking one at a time short. It is absolutely going to go there. And I hope it goes there sooner than later. Oh man, these guys, they move me again. I just can't believe how they can do it. I mean, they move my screens $10. 10 screens and they move them all. Am I still able to see what's going on? Yes, I can see it. Do I like moving my stuff around? No. I'm good. I know where she's at. It's going down. It's going down so Grandpa can get some shares at 250.80. That's what it's doing. And when they get there, I'll be happy. Well, I'm happy already. Murphy's outside barking. Okay, I'm gonna get ready here, and then I'm gonna come back in a couple minutes. Okay. I know nobody likes it when Grandpa's gone. Well, you probably need a break from Grandpa. Grandma needs a break from Grandpa once in a while. You know, uh, let's see. Before I go, am I seeing anything? It is just quiet. Isn't that nice? What time is it? 2:07, and it's very quiet in the blinking world. 267.60 short. We're blinking at 274.70 times 1, and it's blinking fast. 271.50 is also blinking times 1. Oh man, I was gonna go on break. I'll tell you. It's like they can tell Grandpa wants to go on break, and then they go and do all this big blinking. 271.50 times 1 is blinking, and 274.70 was blinking a little bit with it, and but the prevalent one that's blinking is 271.50 times 1. The other one's already paused. 267.60 is also blinking times 1, and this thing should turn and start going up again shortly. But, they might just do a bull flag. They might do a bull flag. But what that tells me, if they blink enough in that 271.50 area, is that we might tomorrow or the next day blow through that 267.60 and head for that 271.50 that's blinking right now as we speak. You're getting it live. With the blinking, it's instant what they're doing. They are selling at that price. In order to sell at that price, it has to go to that price. And it ain't gone there yet. But it will go there. And when it goes there, we want to sell at that price, because all they're doing is selling it at that price in advance. They buy in advance at a point, and they sell in advance at a point. And if you get it clear in your head so that you can understand it like Grandpa sees the blinking does, then when I talk to you about blinking, it'll be easier, because you'll know what I'm talking about. Because it's always nice if you know what Grandpa sees the blinking is talking about. So they're blinking short at 271.50. I've been waiting for this. I see it as a golden opportunity. Whenever you feel like buying in, you go ahead. Grandpa is going to wait. I don't know if they're going to go all the way down to 250.80 right away. I think they're going to. When I come back from break, I'm going to put in a buy order. I think I'm going to put in a buy order, because they might sneak down there first. They don't need to stay there long. then they'll turn and they'll go back up to 267.60, and then they're probably going to go up. Well, they're going to go to 271.50 now, but does Grandpa know for sure? It could be 2 months from now. Might be next Tuesday, because Monday the market is closed. Okay, so okay, all right, everything's good. They're blinking at 271.50 times one. 267.60 is paused at the moment, and that's why they paused at 267.60, and she's going straight down. 250.80 is on pause. It's quiet. It's quiet. Hey, we're having a quiet time. We're having a quiet time. Grandpa's gonna go on break. Grandpa's gonna take a break. Don't worry. I'll be back. I think I'll be back. One never knows if he'll be back or not for sure. But I'll tell you one thing. If I ain't back, I'm going to spend eternity with the Lord. And you got to think about stuff like that. Where are we going to spend eternity? And that's the way it is. So let me see here. What am I doing now? Oh, who knows what Grandpa's doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. I know what I'm thinking about doing. Just keeping an eye on stuff. We're either getting a bull flag or a small retracement, maybe going to ride sideways a little bit. Oh, let's see. 267 times 267.60 times 1, still blinking, started blinking a little bit. The blinking at the 270s is paused, which would be normal. Well, it is blinking. It's just blinking slow. Oh yeah, she's blinking. 271.50 times 1. It's blinking, but it's 5 to 10 times a minute. It's blinking slow. But it will go there, don't worry. 258, 250, 80 is, 250, 80 is paused. There, let me look at my secret weapon here and see if they're doing anything nefarious, sneaky. Sometimes, I mentioned this before, they try to sneak something in on Grandpa. They'll start doing something big, and they'll do it for hour, 4 hours. You miss it. You don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss the blinking. It don't look like they're doing anything too crazy. Let's see, the 244.11 area. Where is it? Do I have it on my screen? No, I don't. Oh, are they good at what they do? Oh my goodness. They are so good at it. I was wondering where they were pulling it down from, and there it is. They move my screens enough so that I'm missing that one little part, and they've been shorting in that area. Oh, are they sneaky? That's why Grandpa checks. They ain't done it for long, but they could do it long enough to make Grandpa look like a dummy, which is, I get it, that was a Grandpa story. Let's see, what else are they doing? Oh, they're not blinking down there at that 240. Yeah, they are. They're blinking at 244.11. And what are they blinking at? I'm hoping I can see it. I think they're blinking times. Oh, they're blinking times 2. So 244.11. I got to write that down. They're blinking times 2. I'm not seeing it on my other screen like I'd like to. It's sporadic at best. 244.11. Yeah, they move me off of it, and then they start blinking there. It's just almost suspicious. Grandpa's suspicious. They might not want Grandpa to see that there was blinking at 244.11. We already know it's going to 241, 240, 230, 224, 225, and 209.80. That's beside the point. I just like to know the blinking because it'll tell me where they might head the next day. Okay, 265 times 1 is blinking steady. So I got to write this down in my notes because I like to keep track. Because I go back and look at stuff, what they did, because they show us in advance what they're doing. And until they go there, it will go there. It's just a matter of time. So, and I've stayed up all night for nights. Track the 24411 is times 1. But that's how they pulled us down here. They moved Grandpa because 250-80 paused, and I could see no good reason how they were pulling us. It's actually very quiet right now. The blinking is just really quiet. You got to have a lot of patience to play this game. Excuse me, Grandpa's taking a nap right now. Don't worry, I'm watching the blinking. I'm just teasing you. So, not Grandpa, right? I'm going to tell that story. Then after that, I'll tell you the Doubting Thomas story. You need to hear some stories. Story time with Grandpa. What time is it? We'll make this story time. Well, I can only tell stories when it's not going. No, as soon as I get going on the story, it's 2:24 Eastern. As soon as I get going on the story, these market makers will probably start blinking, and I might have to tell you something. But when I see it, I will. It's just absolutely dead right now. I got everything covered now. Everything is good, and there's very little blinking going on. They must have went on lunch break. The market makers are on lunch break. So, not Grandpa is the name of this story, and it's a true story. So, not too long back, one of my little grandbabies, evangelist, came up to our church, spent the whole week, and one of my little grandbaby gals, she accepted the Lord as her personal Savior, and so she's going to be in heaven for eternity with Grandpa someday, But anyway, so her younger sister, who's 5, and the one that accepted the Lord, is 7, and so the 5-year-old's talking to her mama, and she's saying she knows her older sister accepted the Lord, and so she's wanting to know how to go about this, figure it out so that she can do it. And her mama's explaining to her that we need forgiveness of our sins, and you have to realize that you're a sinner. All have sinned. All. And she's explaining to her that everyone in the whole world is a sinner. Everybody. And that we need to ask for forgiveness for our sins and believe on the Lord Jesus, and then we'll be saved. It's not hard to be saved at all. The Lord makes everything easy for us. We make it hard. We make it hard. The Lord, He makes it easy for us. It's really easy to be saved. If you believe on the Lord Jesus and ask for forgiveness, He does it. If you believe it, you have to believe it. So anyway, this little 5-year-old girl, she's asking Mama what she got to do so that she can go to heaven. and be with Jesus and be saved. And her mama's explaining that you gotta realize that you are a sinner. Everybody has sinned. The little girl goes, are you saying that everybody is a sinner in the whole world? And her mama goes, yes, I am. And the little girl, she goes, not Grandpa, not Grandpa. Best compliment I ever got in my whole life. But I want to tell you right now, I'm probably the biggest sinner you ever talked to. Paul claims he's got that title in the Bible, but I think I'm a close contender. But anyway, it's kind of fun how a little one views you. You know, she didn't say not daddy, not grandma, not mama. Anybody she could have picked would have been better than grandpa. But she picked grandpa, not grandpa. Yeah, that's one of the best I don't know if I ever got a better compliment than that. Not grandpa. So now, grandpa's got to strive to be somewhat normal. And one day she'll grow up and figure out that grandpa's not what grandma probably tell her straight out, grandpa's not perfect. That's for sure. Let's see. So that's my story about not grandpa. And will I tell that story again? Yeah, absolutely I will. Because somebody might not have heard it. And I like to tell it. Are we going down? Yes, it's going down. And Grandpa wants it to go down. Are they buying anywhere? No. Are they selling anywhere? Not really. It's slow. They're going to put us to sleep while they head to the basement. What's moving it? They can move it with the stuff close up too. But usually I got a pretty good handle on where they're playing their game. And I see it. 244.20. I'd have to look here to get it exact for you, but they're doing it times 2 short. Is it 244.11 still? Possible. They're doing it times 2. And that is pulling us down. 244 something or other. That's 244.11. That's exactly what it is, and it's times 2. That's still pulling us straight down. It paused for a while, and Grandpa forgot about it. And they made a little bull flag, and now she's sailing right down. But that's a good thing, because remember earlier I was saying I'd like to get some shares at 250, 80, or 70. I might get them. I might get some shares at 244.11. It's going to go to, we already know it's going to 240 and 230 and all that stuff. But it's going to also go to 267.60, and we got 271.50 on the high end now. And a matter of fact, 271.50 started blinking again. It's not fast. It's doing about at least 10 blinks a minute. So at 271.50. So that's short. They're shorting there. So it's going to go up there. They got to go up there because they're selling in advance up there. They're shorting shares in advance at a number that they haven't gone to yet. have they gone there way in the past? Sure, but they haven't gone there since they started doing this game, and so that's the way it is. This isn't complicated. It's not that hard to. And that brings me. So right now they're shorting at 271.50 times one, and they're buying at 244.11 times two. Them are the corners. Them are our corners right now. What's the actual price? Anybody know? Let's see. Let me look. So the price is, I wish I could see, 255.60 something. So we're at 255.60, and they're buying at 244. That's $11 off, and they're shorting at 271.50. That's like up $16 from here, from where we're at. So them are our corners. What we're dealing with for corners currently. I mean, they showed us some stuff here today, and we'll use that because it'll help us make a decision. Now, in the near term, we're going to see that 265 that they did at the close yesterday. We ain't seen that yet. We didn't see 263 today, and they got stuff there. They got stuff up above us at 263. They got stuff up above us at 262. What was the high of the day? 260.51's the high. They got a ton of stuff at 262, 263, 265, 267.60, and they got stuff now at 271.50. And they're going to go to every one of those numbers. And now we have 250.80 almost all day today. They played there. They're paused now, and they're doing the 244 thing. Right now we're getting a bull flag, by the way. It's retracing back up a little. It's going to run sideways maybe for a little bit. But anyway, yeah, and they what they did is they paused the buying at 244.11 is paused right now, and when they shut that down about a minute, and now it started again. It's probably coming close to the end of the bull flag, and I think they're probably going to continue down a little bit first. It doesn't really matter. What matters is we know where it's going because they showed us. And you just have to either believe it or not believe it. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to tell you a story about doubting Thomas. So you got these disciples, right? And they're people. But anyway, when the Lord was crucified and then he rose, he said he's going to rise again in 3 days, and he did. And so he come and went around with up to hundreds of people. All the disciples got to see him and talked with him after he came back from the grave. And but Thomas wasn't there with the other disciples. And so when the other disciples told him that they had seen the Lord risen from the dead, he didn't believe it. He just couldn't conceive of that. And even though the Lord had told him, and the disciples and everybody told him, hey, the Lord come and... So Thomas says, unless I can put my hand in his side where they stabbed him, he would not believe it. And I don't know if it was that same day or the next day, but then the Lord came to him, and the Lord told him, put your hand in my side. he knew what Thomas had said. And Thomas loved the Lord, and the Lord loved him. But there's a reason why I'm telling you this story. And then he believed, but he believed, the other ones believed first. And the Lord commented on the fact that Thomas had to see it to believe it. And the ones that believed it, that haven't seen it, was, if he had believed without seeing it, would have been probably a little bit better. He'd have been, who knows. But my story is this. So you have the blinking, and I believe that the Lord made the blinking so I could clearly see it, which he did. Do I have to do a little work to see it? Sure. But that's fine. And he made it so I could understand it. Understanding all this blinking, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of blinking. But there's only certain blinking that's pertinent, that's important. I'll say that word, it's easier to say. There's only certain blinking that's important to us as traders, if we're trading stock. And so when you set your goal, and I tell a story about one share in 3 years turning into where it can be worth $1 million. That's some people, they can't believe that big. They're like doubting Thomas until they see it. And then I know that there's people out there right now that believe in Grandpa Sees the Blinking, and I also know they believe in the Lord, and they're going to spend eternity in heaven. But my point is, there's people that believe in the blinking right now, and they're diligently have their one share, and they want to double it within 3 months, and then they want to double it again, and they want to turn that one share into $1 million. Is it an attainable goal? Yep. Are some of them going to be able to achieve it? I think so. Are there going to be a lot of them that don't? Absolutely. Because they don't believe. But in 3 years from now, when some of them have done it, and they see it, and they can put their hand in it, so they know for sure that it's doable, then they'll believe it. And even then, some of them won't believe it. Just crazy. People are people. That's just the way it is. And is there anything wrong with that? Not really. They just don't believe. Why? I don't know. I believe it, and I believe the Lord wants us to do well. Some are going to do. I'm blessed way farther than I should be. 244.11 is paused, and it quit blinking completely. I talked to him so much. It paused about 7-8 minutes ago, and we got 2 great big green candles because of it. So she quit buying at 244.11, quit blinking, and I would have told you sooner, but I was telling the story. Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. And so we got a couple of green candles, and she's going to head up for a while now. Might be just a bull flag. Towards the end of the day, they like to bring it back to life anyway. Let me look and see if they're doing anything sneaky in the future. On the farther out that they like to try to fool Grandpa. Nope. The bottom corner is 244.11 and the top is 271.50. And they're not blinking at 271.50 right now. They're not. I don't see any prevalent shorting at all at the current moment. A little bit maybe at 265. And we knew yesterday at the close that we're going to see 265 in our near future. Oh, 244.11 is blinking again. Not fast, but it's blinking. And, maybe we see that next Tuesday or Wednesday, that 244.11. But Grandpa is kind of thinking is I'd like to get some at that 250, right around 250. Do I think it's going to bounce off 250? I might put it in at 250.07. You know why? Because I'm just like sevens. And I was thinking either 250.70. I might get some at 250.70 just so I know I got some. And then I'm going to put a buy-in at 250.07 and I'll get a few more there. It's kind of what I'm thinking, just for fun, because I like that. I like to buy in increments more, but when you sell them all. Now, you don't have to, of course, but if you only have one share, you're obviously going to sell it. But if you have multiple shares, when you make your decision, make it. Just get out. Don't be dangling with part of your shares up there. Get out of Dodge and then reset. You will have another opportunity. That's just the way it is. You can learn anything you want to know about tutorials for running your phone to do your trading so you can trade, set yourself up so you know how to trade GTC EXT, good till canceled extensions, so that you can fill your orders either pre-market or after hours. There's nothing that I hate more. Well, there is, but one thing I don't like is, say I want to sell shares. I seen that it's going to go to, so I'll paint you a picture. Say Grandpa knows it's going to go to 267, right? We know that. So Grandpa I get my shares down at 250.07, and I know it's going to go to 267. And I'm going to get my $17. That's exactly what I want. Why? Because it's got a 7 in it, and Grandpa's psychotic about 7s. Why? I don't know. It's blinking at 271.50 again. Not much, but it's doing it. Okay, and it's green and it's going up, so you know they're coming back to life. 267.60 is probably going to light up pretty soon again too. But I'm still alive. Okay, so what story was I? Okay, so Grandpa wants to get 267, right? And I know it's going there. It's just a matter of time, okay? And what happens? If I don't have my order in for good till canceled extension, if it goes up there in the morning early or late at night up till 8 before the regular market, I won't I won't have my order in. And I've had it happen multiple times where it will go there and then retrace way back down. And instead of having my money so I could rebuy shares again at the low price, I'm still holding my dumb position because it went there when I was sleeping. That reminds me of a story about the disciples sleeping. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you a story about the disciples going to sleep. Now, Grandpa is really good at putting people to sleep at I See Blinking. Grandpa talking about blinking could put just about anybody to sleep. A matter of fact, if you have sleep problems, I would suggest that you tell all your friends to push the like button, subscribe, and take Grandpa's I See Blinking with you to bed. And I'm telling you what, if that don't put you to sleep, I know for a fact, I got people that last night took Grandpa Sees Blinking to bed and went to sleep listening to Grandpa Sees Blinking. And uh, and that's a good thing. It's better if you listen to God's holy word all night and have that playing. I like to do that almost all the time. But in this situation, I'm promoting I See Grandpa. Okay, 267.60 is blinking again. I told you it was going to come back to life. 271.50 is paused. 267.60. Oh, 271.50 came back to life a little bit. 267.50 is 60 or whatever is blinking fairly steady. I was going to tell you a story. Do you remember what it was? About the disciples. But I'm going to go on break first. Grandpa's going to go on break. When I come back, guess what I'm going to do? Does anybody know what Grandpa's going to do when he comes back from his break? You know what would be nice is if Grandpa knew what he was going to do. I was going to do something. Oh, what was it? Oh, what was Grandpa going to do when he comes? I was going to tell you a story, I know that much. But what was the story going to be about? I wonder what it was going to be. Well, you know it's going to be about the disciples. Jesus had disciples, you know. And I'm going to tell you a story about that. And not only that am I going to tell you a story about that, I'm going to tell you a story about it, and then I'm going to tell you how that is got to do with I See Blinking, Grandpa Sees Blinking, because it's got something, I see a correlation there between these sleeping disciples and stuff like that. What was I talking about? Anybody know? Disciples? Oh, I know what I was talking about. I'm going to go on a break. Grandpa's going to take a break. And, before I go, would you like to hear one of Grandpa's favorite songs? Blessed Quietness. You know, what I found out over the years? Sometimes something that I didn't really care for a whole lot, and then you get used to it. It's kind of like Grandma. Grandma got used to Grandpa. It might have took her 50 years, but, oh, by the way, Grandma came back. She's talking on her phone. I think a lot of these ladies got an addiction problem with their telephones. You know, like they're on their phones all the time, talking, and they're addicted. And then when you talk to them about their addiction problem, they're in denial, you know. And I tell them straight out, you're in denial. And that's just the way it is. When I come back, I'm going to tell you a story about the sleeping disciples. It's slow right now. 267, 60, 50 or whatever is paused. 271.50 is paused. 244.11 is paused. It's I think it's going to run sideways a little bit. We got some green candles. I don't think this thing is done going down. We might get a jag up. I think this thing's going to go down and fill Grandpa's 250.80 or the 250.07 in the morning. I think I'm going to get my fill tomorrow, and that's fine. That's soon enough. You got to have patience. You just got to, and you got to believe. You gotta. There's people out there right now that believe and can see that it's going to, just like it did this morning with the blinking told us, it's going to run right through 260, right? And it did, okay? And it's going to go to 267 also. Do I know the exact time? I don't need to. All I need to know is I know it's going to go to 240 and 209. That's irrelevant. Uh, it's the question of, do you really believe that? Do you? I do. I've seen it over and over and over. They do it. 97% of what they're doing out of range fills in the first 3 days. That's not that long to wait. It seems like a long time. 98, 99% fills in a week. But some of it they make you wait 2 months for. Some of it you wait 2 months for. Why? I don't know. I don't need to know. I just need to know they're going to do it. And they do. So, okay, I'm going to go on break. You guys know the routine. And we're all going to be happy. Oh, what's our favorite song? I don't know. I wish I knew what our favorite song was. I love this song. I'll be back. Okay. Thank you for that break, Lord. The Lord is good. You know what I've found out over the years? All good things are from the Lord. Every good thing. That's just the way it is. Let's see. Okay, what'd they do while Grandpa was gone? They're so sneaky. They're always wanting to do something when Grandpa goes on break. It's quiet. Are they doing something? Absolutely, but they're going nowhere fast. They're heading back up. Don't worry, Grandpa's got this. I'm gonna take and hopefully I'll get some shares at that 250 area, and so I can't sell them if you don't got them. That's just the way it is. And what did I do? I'll tell you, Grandpa's grandpa. That's the problem. So, it's heading back up, and we just have to figure out what they're doing. Where are they blinking at? That is the question. Right now, what time is it that they're playing this game? 3:03. So we've got a new timeline here. It's a little after 3. And, there they go. Just when Grandpa started wondering what they were doing. They're shorting at 271.50. 271.50 times 1. That's 100 shares. They're doing it about 15, 20 times a minute right now. No big deal. 267's paused. 265's paused. And I got a gap. They made a gap in my one chart between two of my monitor screens. I want to fill that in. They're shorting at 261 times 1. It hasn't gone there yet, but it will. I think it's going to go through there probably today yet, or after hours. Yeah, they moved some of my screens on Grandpa. But don't you worry, Grandpa, we'll move him right back. They're not gonna. Grandpa sees stop blinking. So I got that adjusted. Now I'm gonna check on the buy side, make sure I got all those adjusted properly. So a lot of screens, a lot of monitors, whatever you call these things. I don't know what you call them. So that 244.11 is no longer. They stopped blinking there. They're paused completely. 250.80 is non-existent. They're not buying nowhere. It's all shorting, and there ain't much of that. 271.50 is paused. They're just I don't want to say stagnant, but they're just stagnant. And I was going to tell you a story about disciples. Remember I said I would tell you a story about the disciples? Raise your hand if you want to hear Grandpa tell a story about disciples. Oh, boy, everybody raised their hand. Thank you. Am I still recording? Yep. Okay, let's see. So, the Lord had 12 disciples. Jesus had 12 disciples. And you probably all heard the story about Judas taking and betraying the Lord. And the Lord knew he was going to do it before he did it. And he took 33 pieces of silver and all that. And I'm getting to the story. My story is about the disciples sleeping. And so, Grandma just, in the middle of Grandpa's story, but that's okay. Grandma did. She heated me up. She made homemade chili. I mean, this gal can cook. If you don't believe me, if you ever seen me, you'd know it. 267.60 times 1 is blinking right now. We're going to see that number. 271.50 is blinking also. I'll tell you, what is the price anyway? 256 and almost 257. That's $10. That's a $10 move. I'm tempted. I am just beyond tempted, but I'm gonna hold out a little bit. If you're already in, you're already in. You're gonna see 267. So if you're thinking 265, I think I'd hold out for 267 at a bare minimum right now. Because it's blinking at 267.60, we will see we're going to see 271.50, but it's a question. You got to make those hard decisions what you want to hold out for. If you want to go, I like to get out on one of them and then reset, Grandpa don't make all the best decisions either. Sometimes I just do what I do. Okay. The nice thing is we know where they're going on both ends. And right now, yesterday the low end of the spectrum was in the 241 range. Today the low end of the spectrum is 244.11. Yesterday the high of the spectrum was 265, and today the high of the spectrum is 271.50. And they just moved all Grandpa's chart, every screen, but I'm still seeing everything that I need to see. I want to make sure, let me look, if they move me off of one so I can't see it. I got to make sure I'm still covered. I'm still good. Okay, so you got these disciples. There's 12 of them, one of them. And then the night before Jesus was betrayed, where they came, Judas brought the bad people to get Jesus to be crucified, and he's with the 11 disciples. Well, I don't even know if he's with all 11, but he's with, they're all around there sleeping with them out there. And Jesus is praying because he knows what's coming. And it ain't good, what's coming up. And he knows it. And so he's asking the disciples to stay up and pray with him. And he went out, prayed by himself come back and they're all sleeping again. And, anyway, they are we better than those disciples? I don't think so. It's blinking at 262 short, just pretty steady right now, which is, we're going to see, it ain't gone there yet today. That's why I'm mentioning it. We had the blinking at the 263 and 265 and 267.60 and 271.50, but it's pretty slow right now. It's just blinking only on the short side at 262 times 1. Nothing on the buy side at all. And it's just moving sideways for a little bit. They'll show us what they're doing, don't worry. And we already know where they're going. All right, so are we better than those disciples? When Jesus needed them, they're sound asleep, And so, but they felt bad about it later. Look at poor Peter. He denied the Lord three times after, and he's a big, strong guy, cut off that one guy's ear, and Jesus had to put it back on, and all this and that. And, you just think of the regret that they felt afterwards. When they seen what they did to Jesus, they beat him so that his people that knew him couldn't even recognize him. They beat him so bad. And he did this for us because he loves us. He gave us life so we could be forgiven of our sins. When we sin, when Grandpa sins today, and I do, when I sin, that sin is putting the nails in Jesus. That's not good. So we got to think about it when you sin. Try not to sin. Just not good. Okay. So you think you need to hear your favorite song? Oh, Grandpa will play it for you if you want. Okay, you're probably wondering what Grandpa's doing. The blinking is slow right now, and I'll be right back. But Grandma brought me some chili, and I haven't eaten today. So it's blinking at 262 times 1 short, and that's it. There's nothing going on. It's slow. But don't worry, it's moving sideways. They'll let us know. They want us to know what they're doing. But right now, I'm going to lay this mic down and I'm going to eat my chili. Oh, 271.50 started blinking a little bit again. But we already know what's going there. Oh, man alive, just when I'm going to eat, everything takes off. 267.60 is blinking again a little bit too. But I'm going to eat and then I'll give you an update. Okay, see you in a little bit. Oh, wait a second. I got to figure out what to do with this mic. I hate this. I don't like this mic. I don't know what I should do with it. Well, wait a second. I'll figure it out. Okay, I'm getting organized here. I'm going to eat this chili. Boy, is Grandma cook good. You know it. She is a good cook. Okay, I think I'm getting everything set, and I'll be eating my chili and happy. Goodbye. Nothing a whole lot happening. I'm still eating my chili, and I'll let you know. I'm telling you, this chili is really good. I mean, it's good. Don't worry, Grandpa's watching the blinking. I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you what, that grandma, she really can make some good chili. And I ain't kidding. It's terrific. Let's see, where were we? We were looking at blinking. Grandpa sees the blinking. Yeah, tell your friends about blinking. Let everybody know. 271.50 is blinking times 1 short. It's slow. It's slow, but it's blinking. Everything else is very quiet, paused. Matter of fact, 271.50 is really slow also. Okay, 262 is blinking times 2. We're gonna go there. There's a chance we might see that 262 yet today. We just don't know, but we will see it. We'll see 263, and we'll see 265, where they were last night before the close, or before the close of the regular day, actually. On the buy side down below, she's pretty quiet. Anything that's prevalent to what we want to see is pretty quiet. 262 now. There, we want to see that number. It's blinking. It's short. Times 2. That's it. 271.50 paused again, and it's going down. They pause these shorts and it drops. That's just the way it is. They made their little flag going up. You know what was Grandpa was thinking as far as where I might want to buy in at. You know, what I was thinking about was it's 271.50 just blinked again short, but it's slow. I was thinking I'd like to get some at 250.07. I might get some at 250.70 also. And then I think I'm going to sell them at 267. That's what I think I'm going to do. But that's what I see currently, and everything can change in the real world. Yesterday, I would have been scared to death to buy a share at 241. Today, I'm happy to get 250. Hang on a second. So that's but it doesn't matter. We get opportunity where we get opportunity, and you can't sell a share if you don't own one. That's the situation that Grandpa's in. And later tonight, I think I'm going to put in a buy for Grandma so she can get herself her shares. And I think I'm going to put her. You know, Grandma likes to look good. You got Grandpa. He's going to buy some shares at 250.07, right? Say I get all my shares at 250.07. I'm going to put Grandma at 250. And only for one reason. You know what it is? Then Grandma got her shares for even cheaper than Grandpa. And then I'll have her sell them for a little bit more than Grandpa did. So she whipped Grandpa on both ends, and that's just the way it should be. That Grandma, she always outdoes Grandpa when it comes right down to it. And Grandma doesn't really care about trading, trust me. she thinks I'm crazy, but she does believe in what I'm doing, I think. So otherwise she, because that girl's conservative. I'll tell you, Grandma's conservative. But now let's get back to these disciples. There's nothing happening to blinking. If there is, I'll tell you. And tell them we're just going to tell a story. Oh, 270, 150's blinking slow. 262 is blinking times one. They're just blinking times one. But 270, 150's coming back to life. Oh, she just dived. They just made. I might have put my order in at 250 before the close, the way they're operating. They just made. What did it drop down to? Let me see here. It just dipped down to 254.18. That's only $4 away from where Grandpa wants to buy his shares. The Lord is good to Grandpa, so I'll probably get my way because that's just the way it is. Sometimes I get my what. So anyway, what was I telling you about this Grandma? Oh, was that chili good? Oh, I'm telling you, I could have ate another. She brought me a big bowl, really steaming hot. I put crackers in it, and it was delicious. If I had another bowl of it, I'd eat it. But Grandpa doesn't need two monster bowls of chili. You know. I hear Murphy's barking. So anyway, what are we looking at here? We're thinking about blinking, and we already know the story about if you got one share and it doubles every 3 months, which is, I think, an attainable goal if you listen to Grandpa Sees the Blinking and get in and out. I think you can double up every 3 months. I think it's an attainable goal. It wouldn't be except for the Lord, who all good things are from the Lord. And Grandpa can see the blinking. And the blinking is where the market makers buy their shares and where they sell their shares, where they short them. And they do it in advance. I think it's very kind of them that they do it in advance for Grandpa, because Grandpa sees the blinking. And so when they sell their shares up above in advance, we know that it's going to go there because they have to go there. And we know when they buy down below that it's going to eventually go there. And we like it to happen quickly, but sometimes it takes a little time to transpire. And so, whatever, if you get out of position with your share, have some patience. Don't give it to them. Don't sell it at a loss. Just keep it. It'll happen. I'm probably more guilty of anything as far as trading. 271.50 is blinking pretty quickly. And we're getting a green candle, by the way. Immediately it affects it. It just, the nice thing about the blinking is it's instant. What they're doing instantly. They can't spoof you. It's not a lagging indicator that shows you something. It shows you what they're going to do, what they got to do. It shows you what they are going to do. So, it's just a question of which one you want to pick for your buy and your sell. You got to make all those hard decisions. All Grandpa can do is talk about what Grandpa might do. And do I make all the right decisions? Absolutely not. And Grandma will tell you so. Let's see. On the buy side, nothing. Just it's just they're not doing nothing. When they're not buying, and if there's shorting going on, it's going up. They're shorting at 262 times 1. And so, and that could be today. I mean, you could hop out at 262 and have a chance to reposition, or it might gap up overnight and, oh well, Grandpa wouldn't have his shares, and I'm waiting for 250.07. Grandpa's waiting for 250.07. And that's a good number right now based on what we're seeing. But if it goes up and fills 267 in that area first, if it goes up there first and fills all their shorting, then 250 no longer is probably a number that I want to buy at. It might be 225 that I want to buy at. I'll know because I'll see the other blinking daily, and throughout the day they show their hand what they're doing. You know, they're good to us. They don't hide anything from us except they move my screens around. And Grandpa doesn't like it when they start moving Grandpa's screens around, but I deal with it. You know, I deal with it, and it's just the way it is. Don't always think about sin a little bit, you know, and the regrets a person has. But the thing is, when you think about what they did to the Lord, how they beat him and everything, and that he took that, each sin that you commit or do, that's part of that beating. We are part. We like to think, oh, them people back then did it. No, it's us. It's the sin that we commit every day that did that. And because we get the forgiveness when we ask for forgiveness. He paid the price up front for the stupid stuff we do now. 262 is blinking times 4. That's 400 blinks a minute. I would venture to guess that by the close or shortly after, we will see 262. It's pretty confident of that. I mean, Grandpa doesn't know everything, but I'm telling you what, I think she's going to blow. It blew through 260 earlier. We talked about that, remember? And the price was 250 then. And it showed me now 267.60 is blinking again times 1. And it's blinking 30, 40 times a minute. This bus is going straight up. But I'm just telling you, it's going straight up. It's going to go through. It just appears to Grandpa that it's really very possibly going to go through 262 pretty quick. And then it's going to go to 265, and then it's going to go to 267. But I don't know when. I just wish it would go down to 250.07 so I could get some shares. Grandpa doesn't have any shares. I hope you're smarter than Grandpa. I hope that you have some shares and that you're able to sell them when it gets up to 267. It's going to go to 271.50 first. Will it pop from 267.60 right to 271.50? It's only $4. It probably will. And whatever day. I mean, next week could be just hot after the Labor Day. But we got a bunch of numbers down below that they have to go play with now. We have 250.80. We have 244.11. We have 241 from yesterday. We have 230, 229, 224, 225. It's going to all of them. That 224, 225. They revisited that thing all day long for 4 days. And we have 209.80 on the bottom side and a little bit at 205, but it'll be a while. They managed to move all my screens again, but I'm good with it. I got it covered. That's a good thing about Grandpa. That's why I have 10 screens. For exactly this reason, even with 10 screens, they can move me off and manage to hide some of this stuff. Like earlier, where they hid the 244.11 that they were buying at 244.11, and they had me just far enough off it so I couldn't see it by about 40 cents. But I had it covered. Prior to that, they separated several of my screens, so I was missing the game they were playing. So constantly, Grandpa looks at the 10 screens to make sure I've got everything covered. Because I have 267.60 times 1 is shorting. And we already know what's going there. It's just a question of time. It's going to 262 first. They're going times 4. And I think it's gonna blow through there today. Yeah, I thought I had a good chance of them dip. I'm hoping that after hours of pre-market, I can snag that 250 area before it goes to 267. In a perfect scenario, it'd run up. I'll tell you what, you want to hear a perfect scenario? She runs up to 265 and then reverses, goes down to 250 so Grandpa can get some shares. And then it goes up to 267 where Grandpa wants to sell shares. I want to sell shares at 267. And if I had any, that's exactly where I'd sell them. I wouldn't wait for 271.50. I don't have that kind of patience. Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. And it'll retrace. There's an opportunity all the time. So I'm just, not that I'm right, I'm just telling you what Grandpa is thinking about. Grandpa thinks about stuff sometimes. Sometimes he thinks about 244. What is it blinking at? 244. It's times 1. 243. 70. I can zero in on it. I have a secret weapon. These guys think they can fool Grandpa, but they can't. If Grandpa wants to, he can zero right in on what they're doing, and I do. I check them periodically because they're sneaky, and Grandpa knows they're sneaky. So I seen a little blinking in the 243 area. They're still doing it times 1. What number are they? Excuse me. What number are they on? 243.58 is what they're at. And it's blinking one at a time. It just started taking off. I caught him blinking. I thought I seen him coming in there, and sure enough, them bad boys did it. I thought they were gonna get Grandpa. What number was that again? Does anybody remember? 243.58. 243.58 they're buying. Now that's a good sign for Grandpa because they're only doing it times 1 and 24411 is not blinking. But, you know, I kid you not. They moved me so I can't see 24411. These guys, I'm telling you, I got a. That's the second time today I've had to adjust that for just that one particular number. Or do I have it covered? I have it covered on one, but it's a far out one. Uh, it's not as accurate. They're not blinking at 24411 anyway, but they are blinking at 24358 slowly. They lowered it, but the price is going up. Where will it go? It's going to go to all of them. That's what it's going to do. We just have to make a decision which one it's going to go to first. And, you know, I don't know Grandpa doesn't know everything, you know. But I know enough. I know enough. Let's see. And so some of you believe, and it's like some people believe in the Lord, and some people don't. And that's just the way it is. And some of you, after you see others are successful, then you're all want to hop on board, and that's fine. That's great. I like that. But I really admire the guy that he sees, he understands and sees what Grandpa sees, and the blinking, and 24358 is blinking times 1. Pretty steady. It's moving sideways on, you know, the screen's moving sideways, but 26760 is blinking also. We're moving sideways. The price is moving sideways, but they're building up steam up at 26760 and 250.07. I like to get a few shares there and sell them at 267. That's what I'm thinking about. I don't know if I'm going to pull it off or not. I after hours, if it don't do it prior to, after hours, I think you're going to see your 262. It's blinking. It's short at 1 at 262 right now. They're shorting it. It's pulling. It's trying to pull it to it. It will go there. It'll go to all the numbers. If you give it a little time, they're going to go to all the numbers that we have seen. Absolutely, they do it. That's just the way it is. But, like Grandpa says, I've seen up to 2 months in big amount. Big amount, where it's took them 2 months to do their thing. And I like to see that again. If they show Grandpa stuff like that, I know far more than I did. The first time I seen that, I didn't even dare run with it or either direction because I wasn't able to see the blinking clearly and understand it clearly right. I need to be able to see it and understand it within seconds. And What you got to understand is the blinking that I tell you about is just a fraction of the blinking that's going on in Grandpa's head. Grandpa's got a lot of blinking going on in these 10 screens, but it's only certain blinking that's pertinent to us, that's important to us, what we want to do. And the rest of the blinking is just whatever you, I think you call it noise, and like if you're trading charts, with the Japanese candles and you're trading your charts, and if you're on a 1 minute chart, that is what you call the noisiest chart because it's fast, it's quick moving, it's just intense. It's extremely intense to trade a 1 minute. I traded, the engulfing pattern on a 1 minute chart, and you can make $300-$700 a day doing that, but you'll burn out. It's just intense to do it. And then you have the 2 minute chart. That's a little bit less intense, but still very intense, and I've done that. And then you have the 5 minute chart, and when I first started, a 5 minute chart seems so slow. I have it pretty much on all the time now. I like to sit and watch it. But I do go through and I look at all the charts each night, and because they will give you an indication for direction in the future. I believe that. And some of these guys are there's three of them that I like to watch on YouTube. They do videos, and there's three main ones. One of them is Kerry Artek at Wicked Stocks, and he's got his thing going as far as trend lines and setting up and figuring out where the market is, the directional. Okay, and he's good. I watch my blinking. I based on what I see, I rarely see him steer a person too wrong, But he don't tell you, oh, I'm gonna buy here for sure. He'll tell you, if it goes to here, expect this. And he's pretty darn good at. Kerry Artek is who he is at Wicked Stocks. And then you got Ray Jays, R-E-Y, Ray Jays, and he's a mellow guy, and he'll put it on the line where he thinks. Is he always right? No. But, and I know my blinking every day, so it's not like I don't have an advantage on the guy. He's looking at lagging indicators and past history, but he's good at it. He most often he's right. More often than not, I can tell you that. And he's fun to listen to and entertaining. I'm here for entertainment. I don't give a financial advice, by the way. I heard that on TV. You're not supposed to do that. And then the other one is the one that I really like the best. It's a Canadian guy, Jack Lavelles, Jack something or other, Lavelles. I think I believe he's called the Daily Trader. The Daily Trader. And this guy, he's conservative. I mean, he's not going to be telling you to buy shares in a bad position. And that's what I kind of like best about him. He'll put it on the line. He sticks his neck out. He's not scared to put his neck out, and I admire that. And he, I wish I could tell him sometimes where it's blinking, because, you know, it would be so helpful if they knew something. But, but for what they do, if you want stock analysis, those three are good. Of course, they'll tell you they're not analysts and all this and that, but they're good at what they do. Those three, and there's a couple others I listen to for entertainment about Tesla. I listen to Matt Poitras out of type in Matt Poitras out of Canada. He uh, he he owns Tesla shares and nothing else, and he'll tell you about it all day long. But he keeps track of Tesla, what's going on in the world of Tesla, and most of them do to a little extent. But that's he's not telling you where to buy or sell. He anytime that Tesla makes a 20-cent dip, it's a buying opportunity in his world, you know. But young guy and Matt Poitras, uh, entertainment. I like to listen to him, and I think he's a good person. All these guys that I'm telling you about, I wouldn't even tell you about them if I didn't think that they were uh, good people and not garbage. They're not cursing. They're not using foul language. You got these YouTube guys that do analysis, and they have using foul language. I I don't. Well, what would I do if I hear one of them using foul language? Well, I'll tell you what I do. I go to their channel and I unlike them, and I go to every video they have that I can find, and I unlike every one of their videos. And that's all I can do. But the reason I do is because you know, a lot of times I got the little grandkids around here, and if I'm watching a YouTube video on Tesla analysis, the guy on the screen better not be using foul language, because there's little ones in the room. Well, these guys so isolated that they think they're only talking to an adult somewhere, and even then you shouldn't use that language. And so, you know, I hope they grow up. Uh, and some of them, I mean, they got a terrific following. They and they they're entertaining and fun to watch, and then all of a sudden they start cursing and using the Lord's name in vain, and it's just not necessary. I don't like it. Grandpa don't like it. I'll tell you what, if Grandpa don't like it, Grandma don't like it either. That's a fact. Okay, so they got me gapped again in an area here. I have to do some adjustment. What did they do to Grandpa? Man, life. They put gaps in between my 10 screens, so I can't see it. And that's what they do. And then Grandpa has to do adjustment. But I got it back. I got everything covered. So where are they shorting? That is a good question. you, you, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. They, you know, it's 262 that was shorting a little while back. Uh, they moved it just enough so I couldn't see this 262 shorting. Hang on a second. You're going to take a nap? Grandma's going to take a nap. Oh, And you let Murphy in? I see Murphy. Murphy, come here. Grandpa will pet you. Murphy, come here. Come here. I'm petting Murphy right now. Murphy needs attention. He's been out in the garage all day. Grandma's going to take a nap. She just closed the door and she's going to take a nap. So, hey, we must be coming close up on the clock. What time is it? Wish I could see. We're 3 minutes. Oh, amen. Okay, let's do a recap. We got 3 minutes to the close. There ain't much happening anyway. So today, we had a ton of blinking times 3 at 260 and N times 4, and it blew through it. That's short. And of course, we had shorting prior to that, 258 and 259. We had 263 times 1, which it never got to yet. 267.60 for most of the day. Shorting times 1, it ain't got there. We had 262 times 3 for quite a while, and it didn't make it there yet, but it will. And we had 274.70 for very briefly. We had 262 times 7 for a while. And, excuse me, we had 271.50 on and off throughout. It's still blinking up there. 271.50 times 1. Still going short there right now as we speak. We had a bunch of blinking. We had some blinking at 265, which we did just prior to the close, a half an hour yesterday. And we're going to see all these numbers. On the short side, we had... Oh, no, I dropped my book. Hang on. Gotta get it. Okay, ready? On the short side, we had 239.70 times on the buy side underneath. We had 239.70 times 1 earlier on. 239.85 times 1. The close is here. We had 250.80 times 1 for a long time. That's the area Grandpa wants to buy in. We had 244.11 times 2, and we had 243.58 times 1. And that's what we had. And it's going to go to all of them. And it's just a question of when. And boy, am I going to be glad to get out of this chair. Thank you for being with me. Please take Grandpa. Remember, Grandpa can put you to sleep. I put Grandma to sleep. She's sleeping right now. She listened to Grandpa for about 20 minutes, and now she's sleeping. So, like, subscribe, run my video, listen to them, and that one share. You already know my thinking on a short-term goal. Not a short-term goal, a realistic goal, an attainable goal. What is an attainable goal? An attainable goal is an attainable goal. Does everybody believe it? No, they don't. But there are some that do. And when they turn their one measly share into over $1 million in the next 3 years, then the ones that don't believe now, they'll all say, oh, I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have done that. Grandpa's doing it. I do it every day. And I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you. Like, subscribe, tell your friends about Grandpa Sees the Blinking. I need airtime, watch time. If you got sleep trouble, I'm the ticket to your health. Turn it on and let it run all day, all night. You need to understand the blinking the way Grandpa understands it, so that when I tell you where it's blinking, it paints a picture for you, and that you believe that it's going there to those numbers because it is going to go there. It's as simple as that. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, tomorrow we get to hear about the third day, what the Lord did on the third day of the creation. It's going to be wonderful. I think it was pretty